לראות ששומעים?
אנחנו נקרא רק לכל השאר להיכנס.
תבדקו שהוא...
עשיתי לך את זה?
נראה לי כוס לא הכי יציבה לדבר הזה.
לפי דעתי אני מתחיל, כי הוא, לא יודע, גבר פותח לא יודע מי זה באמת, אני אפתח
איזה
אותה.
דוקטור מבוגר
שכחתי.
מאוד שתמיר היימן was all over him.
לא, סליחה.
עושה לי תמונות יפות.
שלי כבוי.
רגע, אתה עדיין, אבל בדקת את השם? שמים טוב?
אני בדקתי שזה, כן, כשאני בדקתי זה עבד.
נכון. בן? טוב. צהריים טובים.
So, good afternoon.
שלום לכולם, צהריים טובים, סליחה על
Good afternoon and
הקהל.
thank you for a slightest delay. My name is Pnina Shervit Baruch and I'm the head of the research studies.
שעוסקת בישראל.
We are working on Israel on global arena. And thank you for all of you, those who are here with you.
בטח הכנס האחרון.
Obviously, the last conference,
הכנס יתנהל בעברית, למעט הראיון עם שגריר ארצות הברית.
well, we'll have the interview with the ambassador and I will open with a few words. מאוד חלש. תגיד
Dear Ambassador Law, distinguished guests, I am truly honored to welcome you all to this important conference on the enduring partnership between Israel and the United States. Allow me to take a moment to express, on behalf of so many of Israelis, our heartfelt thanks to President Biden and his administration. In one of the most challenging periods in our nation's history, President Biden stood by us, unwavering, and for that we are deeply grateful. His support has been not only strategic, but also profoundly personal to many of us, as individuals and as a nation. It is especially inspiring to witness his personal involvement in the effort to free the hostage, an issue that touches us all deeply. We long for their safe return and pray that they will be home as
זה
soon
עובד
as
שלך עובד? שלך לא עובד?
לא, של שנינו לא.
Mr.
לא,
Ambassador,
של
please
אחד אמרת
convey
שלא
our
עובד בכלל.
deepest appreciation
עכשיו
to
כן.
the President,
עכשיו
to
כן.
the dedicated
עוד
staff,
אנחנו כבר
and to
נוריד.
you and your remarkable team here at the embassy. As the old saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. And it is clear that we are blessed to have the United States as our closest and most steadfast friend. I'm sure I speak for many when I say that this friendship is something we cherish deeply, and we hope to continue nurturing it for generations to come. It is now my pleasure to invite one of our leading experts at the INSS, Colonel Reserved Eldad Shavit, who is a senior researcher and in charge of the research regarding Israel-US relations, to make some opening comments. Now to Hebrew. אני מתכבדת להזמין את אלוף משנה במיל' אלדד שביט, ראש תחום ארצות הברית במכון, לומר כמה מילות פתיחה.
אתה עכשיו מתרגם כאילו. בעברית.
כבוד שגריר ארצות הברית.
The Ambassador of the United States in Israel, Mr. Frank, the head of the General Tamir Hayman, the head of the Institute, diplomatic staff, and those viewing us on the various channels of the social media. Welcome to our important conference today. I have to say that originally this conference was supposed to occur several days after the 7th of October. We planned on conducting a conference like that, but of course it was canceled. And I think that in the past year, since that terrible day, it's just shown us how important research is for the Institute. Research on deepening the research on the American contribution to Israel's security. And I basically can tell you that this is perhaps the first time, at least in the 7 years that I've been at the Institute, that the INSS has dedicated a special conference to the United States, not that it comes up as a topic within some other conference. And we're having this conference during a time of major test for the United States for regional police. The war that we're in right now is another chapter in our existential struggle against those who are trying to channel into our security and test our right to live here in sovereignty and in security. As always, the United States is at our side at the hardest moments, and we're very grateful for that. The connection between the United States and Israel is more than strategic. It represents democracy, human rights, and common values. But in light of the growing tension and the threat of a regional escalation with the Iranian threats, this partnership becomes even more important. And we're in the middle of major political processes in the United States. Today, 2 months today, are the elections in the United States, and the presidential elections may reshape American foreign policy in the way that the United States will operate in the global arena. We know that the strong connection between the United States and Israel crosses partisan line, but obviously the election results will affect the dynamics of the connection between the two countries. And that's why this conference today isn't just an opportunity to discuss the current state, but also to look forward at the challenges and the opportunities that we have, how to preserve and to strengthen our strategic connection with the United States and ensure that this will continue to serve as a stabilizing force in light of the current threats and the geopolitical changes that will occur. We'll dedicate one chapter to American Jewry and its role in advancing the ties between the two countries. It's important for me to say to you, the ambassador, that Israel sees in the United States not just a strategic partner, but also a strong friend. We really support your support these hard times. We do not take it for granted, and we must do everything we can to ensure that this connection continues being strong and based on common values and principles. And I think that the Institute has an important role in advancing this goal. During today's conference, we'll dedicate time to discuss all of the topics that were mentioned here. We'll try to understand how we can continue to cooperate with these strategic threats, and how we can ensure that the alliance between our countries will continue being a central force in preserving the peace and security in the Middle East. I thank all of the participants and all the speakers for coming here out of your dedication to this important subject. I'm sure that we'll have fruitful conversations and discussions that will help us get through this tough time. Thank you very much to all those who helped organize this conference, including Ben Yerushalmi, and I wish all of us a good and successful conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving us the background, and I'm honored to invite to the stage His Excellency the Ambassador of the United States and the head of the Institute, General Amir Hayman, to interview the ambassador. זה דבילי ברמה קשה.
Thank you very much. That sounds great. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for sharing this very important conference and attending this very important, in a very, very troubling time. And we're going to discuss a few elements of the relationship between Israel and the United States, and maybe deal with the more actual issues that confronts us right now. So let me start with a more broader question. You know, the INSS, the Institute, has long advocated for the maintenance of the special relationship between Israel and United States, and we are worried of facing the internal trends inside Israel and in United States that in the long term they might be eroded, or some form of different types of connections or relationship may appear. And this was before the war, and the war presented us with a challenge, sort of a test. So my first question is, seeing what's happening in the past few months, what's facing that test? How did we do so far regarding that, and what's your estimation regarding the future of the special relationship between United States and Israel?
Thank you very much for having me here today, Tamir. It's good to be back at INSS, and for many years I've admired the work that you do and found it valuable in terms of helping to think through the difficult issues confronting Israel, the region, and the United States in terms of our relations here. This is obviously a uniquely difficult period of time. I mean, sitting here today, just days after 6 hostages were brutally murdered, one of them an American. It's a difficult time to talk out of the moment, and the moment is one of deep outrage and hurt. But the relations between nations and within regions has to not just be stuck in a moment, but look beyond it to how do we get to a better place. I think the United States has demonstrated through President Biden's support for Israel, which has been unwavering because of his deep commitment to Israel as an idea, to Israel as an important partner of the United States, that we're still in a very strong place, both in terms of the ability to maintain support for defending Israel, and I don't mean just with providing material support, I mean by being on the seas and in the air defending Israel, by being in world bodies defending Israel, sometimes sadly quite alone. So right now, I think we're in quite a strong place. I think for years we've seen trends that are worrisome that have been aggravated by the images of this war and how that has manifested itself in terms of public demonstrations of views that frankly threaten the reality that we're in now. I think the kind of fundamental reality is, and now I can say this without it being politically controversial, the president is the last president of his generation. He's the last president who will remember a world without the state of Israel, for whom the Holocaust will not be kind of almost a contemporaneous memory, but will be history, for whom the events of the last 75 years will not be something that has been experienced. I think it's, not every president has had President Biden's deep sense of belief in Israel and in the Zionist idea. But one way or another, every president has come to support Israel as needed at the time the support was needed. I think there needs to be a real focus on a new generation. And I don't mean just of leaders, a new generation of voters, a new generation of that's going to be the future. And that generation is grown up in a different ecosystem than I grew up in or than the president grew up in. And it's an ecosystem driven by information that doesn't come through the traditional forms that I grew up counting on honest, accurate information. And it's an ecosystem in which the way Israel presents itself and is conscious of what the impact of that is as important as the actions taken on the battlefield to defend Israel. And it's not just a question of one side or the other. And you and I have had conversations about this. I think beyond Israel, there is a reemergence of an isolationist view in America, mostly on the right. There is a sense of kind of sympathy and support for the Palestinian cause, which is shared by many, but is seen in a binary way on the left. And in the middle, there's probably still 70% of America that's strongly pro-Israel. But in a highly partisan world, where those demographic trends are probably driving the two poles, there has to be a renewed focus on the importance of a bipartisan relationship, because there's a risk that if it becomes seen through a partisan lens, which it never has been and never should be, you could find it being more challenging 10 years or 15 years from now than it has been in the past or it is today.
So, to sum things up, are you optimistic regarding the fact that the center is shrinking? It's maybe a negative effect on the bilateral approach towards Israel?
No, I live as an optimist, so I'm going to answer as an optimist. I think that the fact that you still have the broad majority of America supporting the U.S.-Israel relationship based on shared values, based on it being in our common interest, not something that we do just for Israel, but where we gain strength by having a strong relationship with Israel, I think that's still the predominant view. I just would not treat as a small consideration that what people who are 20 and 30 and even 40 know and think is the same as what people 50, 60, and 70 think. And they've grown up in a world where Israel has been a small power but a superpower. And how Israel behaves in relationship to Palestinians and others, it has an impact on the depth of support. And while we unquestionably support Israel's right to defend itself, we've also said Israel has to defend itself in a way that that reflects well on our shared values. And we've had the kind of strong relationship where I'm proud, even in the 10 months that I'm here, our ability to talk candidly with each other has helped, I think, Israel stay in a path where there's a very strong argument to be made defending Israel. But one has to be focused on the importance of that in terms of maintaining the broad base of support in the United States.
Okay. Let's move to more actual urging problems and discuss the exit strategy and the hostage deal. The Israeli public, I think most of them know what's your plan A. That is to go through a hostage deal that will present us with a temporary ceasefire, and during the ceasefire we may resume the problems in the north through a temporary maybe agreements with Lebanon, and maybe extend that to a broader regional normalization that will support the day after in Gaza. Well, that seems very good plan and very, very well planned, but what if not? What if the hostage deal is stuck and there is no future for a hostage deal or a ceasefire? Is there a plan B? We have heard today that maybe United States is planning a bilateral agreements with Hamas to release its American citizens from captivity, or what's if not? What if it is disrupted? How is the plan B is going to work?
I can't skip over plan A quite that quickly because we're devoting most of our energy, and when I say most of our energy, I mean from the President of the United States down through the entire foreign policy team, including myself. So we're treating plan A not as something that it would be nice to have. It's something that we have to devote our 24/7 efforts to making happen. And notwithstanding what a difficult week this has been, I think it's important to realize that progress continues to be made. I mean, even on a day of tragic mourning, conversations at a very senior level between Israel and the mediators continued. And notwithstanding a very loud public debate on some of the key issues, progress even on those issues continues to be made. And we're not prepared to take the view that Plan A is not achievable.
And are you going to do practical issues to press Plan A of realizing it?
We've been doing that every day for months, and we are going to continue doing it. And the negotiations have gotten into the most difficult issues, some of which are not the subject of most of the public discussion. And the challenge is going to be to put together something where the mediators, the United States, Qatar, and Egypt, with the support, hopefully, of Israel, can present something to Hamas where it is going to be clear that the pressure will be on Hamas to accept it. Now, does that mean that everyone has to be flexible or one side has to be flexible? In any negotiation, everyone has to be flexible. Very strong public comments sometimes coexist with residual flexibility, almost always. And we're going to press on that flexibility to find the key to a diplomatic solution, because the only way to get to the strategic objective that you correctly describe, our Plan A is to have a ceasefire and the release of hostages, to proceed to a negotiation with Hezbollah in Lebanon through Lebanon, to have a diplomatic resolution in the north, which we think both countries, or both Israel and Hezbollah, would consider their Plan A, and then to proceed, and on the narrow path with the little time that we have left, to get normalization accomplished. Now, that's a lot, and it sounds like it's almost impossible, but we can't begin working on a Plan B, because the minute you say that there's going to be focus on a Plan B, Plan A becomes impossible. And I think Plan A still has a very feasible path towards being accomplished, not 100%.
So President Biden, when answered questions, said that Israel can do more, Prime Minister can do more. Is that the formal approach of the administration in Washington? That's the problem is with Israel not accepting to go beyond a certain point?
So, Tamir, first, if, as I'm sure you know, he was asked a question and he gave a one-word answer. So I would not overread a one-word answer. If you ask me, everybody has to do more. No negotiation is done until everybody does more. Does that mean that any party gives on the thing that is absolutely its bottom line? Negotiations work when you figure out where every party is straining and doesn't cross that line. I think that's possible here. I think, frankly, the public debate masks where the real difficult issues are, so you could take that as a pessimistic view. But I also think even on the issues where there's been public debate, you got to remember this is a phased agreement. Phase one has never called for the complete withdrawal of the IDF from Gaza. It is...
And the Philadelphia corridor?
The Philadelphia corridor is in Gaza. There's no mention of the Philadelphia corridor in the document itself. The document refers to a general principle. That's how frameworks are designed. In fact, the Philadelphia corridor wasn't even an issue when the framework was drafted. But it is indicative of the need to comply with the terms for phase one, to withdraw from densely populated areas and reduce the presence. I think there's a pathway on phase one to have an agreement. If Egypt and Israel can agree on something, obviously the question remains, can Hamas agree to it? We'll never find out unless we present a full plan to Hamas. And that's what the goal of these next days and hopefully very short number of weeks is. I think any attempt to resolve in a final way what phase 2 will look like is going to be beyond what the current negotiation is about. It's designed to begin the negotiation on the details of phase 2 once you're well into phase 1. And the world actually could look different at that point than it does now, because there's work being done both on the military side and in terms of long-term security that could change the calculus of what is required in the future. So from our vantage point, it is absolutely essential to get into phase 1. That's how you save lives. And if after this weekend we don't understand that time is of the essence, that these lives will not be there to save if we wait too long, that should motivate everybody not to give up on phase 1.
Okay. Let's move to a more regional aspect. On the April 14, we saw a demonstration of the potential of regional integration of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that so crucial in your point of view? And is there still opportunity to resolve or to reach some form of achievement before elections or after the election? What's your assessment?
Look, at the broader strategic level, and I don't mean to oversimplify a very complicated set of issues, the question is Israel part of a general alliance with all of the moderate Arab world and Iran isolated with its proxies? Or is Iran going to continue to make inroads and expand its influence into the moderate Arab world? I think Israel is safer if we take the path of continuing to normalize relations and to isolate Iran. I think it's a defeat for Iran in a major way if that happens. I personally think it's a defeat for Hamas because Hamas has paid lip service to a two-state solution, but what it really wants is to have no Jewish state in this country. So I think the price for that will not be easy. It means getting into a negotiation over the future of the Palestinian self-governance at a very painful moment in the shadow of a war. I think Saudi Arabia has made clear, frankly, it made clear before October 7th, that it was not going to be prepared to go through the normalization process if it was on the same exact terms as the Abraham Accords. It needed more. I don't think it means something that is going to put Israel at risk. I mean, we've said all along, there cannot be an armed Palestinian state. We've made clear that Israel has to be part of any process of recognizing an entity that will provide self-governance to the Palestinian people. And I think there will have to be a willingness to get into a conversation where at the end of a process, there's an openness to there being a Palestinian, I have to say the word state, because I think if you don't say state, I don't think you probably get where you need to go. But not today, not tomorrow, understanding that there's an interim period of reforming the PA, understanding that in terms of after the war, governance in Gaza is going to require some interim process, but over the horizon, a plan that that Israel is willing to engage in. Now, I don't think that's actually a very high price to pay in exchange for the kind of strategic regional benefits and benefits
what
to Israel.
Exactly is the high? It's not the high price to pay.
To engage in a serious conversation about how that could come into being.
But you
it's different from the creation itself.
But you understand the general narrative and sentiment in the Israeli public that providing a Palestinian state right now can be interpreted as a trophy for terror. That's the sentiment. You do.
I'm going to push back on that because I actually described it in very different words than that. I don't think there's a trophy of a Palestinian state today. I think in some ways it's restating what many here at INSS have said for so many years, that there has to be an over-the-horizon long-term vision of how two people can live together and having there be a democratic Jewish state of Israel. I'm saying that Israel has to get into a serious conversation about that. And if you see it as a defeat for Iran, and if you see it as a defeat for Hamas, then I don't see it as a reward for October 7th. I see it as a punishment for October 7th.
Okay. Let's move on for more operational issues. We are grateful of the American support during this operation in all realms, from the strategic level to the operational level. But we have witnessed a kind of a temporary withdrawal or holding back of arms transfer to Israel due to confrontation with the policy of Israel government. Is there restrictions to the support of United States to Israel? Can you see a scenario when Israel will be, or United States will withhold its full supports in all levels towards Israel due to circumstances in the war or other policy issues of the Israeli government?
I think it's important to reset people's understanding of what actually happened and to put it kind of back in reality as opposed to in a place that never was. What happened was there was one shipment that was put on hold and a decision, because we have different views of the appropriate use of 2,000-pound bombs on one weapon system, how to manage that. That's actually what happened. Reading the discussion of it, hearing the discussion of it, you would think there was an embargo. There was never an embargo. The day that ship was held, aircraft delivered precision-guided munitions from the United States to Israel, even on the day that ship was held. I don't think most people know that because it was treated as something that it wasn't. I think the damage done by causing daylight between the United States and Israel feeds our common enemies. It gives Hamas reason to believe we're drifting apart. I don't see it as being in the U.S. or Israel interest to ever allow that daylight to grow beyond where it is. Friends can have different views as to what the appropriate use of a 2,000-pound bomb is, but you don't need to have your best friend be painted as if it's done something it hasn't done. So the reality is it was blown way out of proportion. I will say this about the pace of U.S. support for Israel since October 7th and from here forward. From October 7th for months, there was a drawdown of U.S. material that was in storage. There were decisions made to go around all normal processes to do it as quickly as possible. That was not sustainable forever. You draw down your inventories, then it takes time to replenish them. If you're going to divert material from one strategic ally to another strategic ally, those are hard decisions. They're not made without weighing and balancing what it means in terms of changed deterrence in other regions. And having spent most of my life working in and around the U.S. policy process, it's not sustainable to go around Congress without notifying transfers of weapons on a long-term basis. That's not how our system works. You know, some of the things were slowed down on this end. There was a fight internally here about whether or not to fund the F-15 purchase. That delayed some of the actions that Israel had to take. It was then notified to Congress. There were some members of Congress who had questions that had to get resolved. It all got resolved, and it's going forward. Now, that was one of the issues that was being used as an example of somehow our commitment had changed. That's the normal relationship. These issues cannot all be resolved in 24 hours. I know there's a higher degree of sensitivity on the replacement of munitions. But even on the replacement of munitions, I think there's now a shared understanding that they can be replaced at a certain pace, but not at the rate from October, November, and December.
So you don't see restrictions in the horizon over the support of Israel?
I don't see that we've taken steps that have any general impact that way, but that's been very public. There have been debates in the United States about whether there should be more restrictions. The decision made, by the Secretary of State was not to impose restrictions, that we did a very thorough review, and he reached the conclusion that there shouldn't be. That doesn't mean that there won't be more questions asked. And going back to the first part of our conversation, looking down the road, Israel does have to understand that those questions get asked. and they will get asked in the future as well. So it's important that there be a clear communication, a clear understanding, and in some cases taking into consideration how things are used. You know, I have to say there's an issue that I've had a personal bit of frustration about. You know, we were very clear that we were worried about the Rafah campaign. We saw 2 million people in a place where they had nowhere to go easily, where any kind of military campaign along the lines of Gaza City, Khan Yunis, or the central camp would have had devastating consequences. There was a process over months to prepare and then move people, have a place for people to go. It hasn't been perfect. It has still issues that are difficult to manage, but it provided a way for most people to get out of harm's way. And then there were conversations between the U.S. military and the Israeli military, between U.S. intelligence and Israeli intelligence, where I don't think it's an overstatement to say the IDF rethought its battle plan and went about the fight in Rafah in a very different way. To me, rather than focus on the fact that it took some time to work through that, that's demonstration of the strength of the relationship, where our best thinking is shared and it's taken advantage of. It has an effect on execution. And when I hear it described as kind of we were wrong, I think we were very right. And I think it had effect on how it was done. And I think Israel is in a stronger position with the United States and the world because it did it in a way that we encouraged, while we didn't and will never take responsibility for making the decision of what Israel does when it does it. We can only offer our advice. Israel makes its own decisions in its own defense.
Okay, we're running out of time, but quick before we terminate this interview, I'm not going to ask you about the election, okay? And what's
because you know I can't answer.
But I'm going to ask you about personal relationship between leaders and how does that affect the diplomatic relationship between states and facing the options that were well known. How is that fundamental in diplomacy, that kind of special intimate or special personal relationship?
It is always the case that when leaders know each other and understand each other and trust each other, it makes doing easy things and hard things more possible. Those relationships of trust, as in all relationships of trust, have to be nurtured. And as in almost every other kind of political or human interaction, things that undermine trust create friction. I think that there has to be an ongoing, close, tight relationship both between the people of the United States of Israel, the governments of the United States of Israel, and the leaders of the United States and Israel. I think I probably have a different kind of representative role than most U.S. ambassadors do. We have different relationships here in terms of the closeness of them, the way we talk to each other, how much we share with each other. That's true at the top as well. And that has to be nurtured, but it also has to be self-consciously protected. And relationships of trust require constant nurturing. There is a necessity for people to be able, at the highest levels, to be candid with each other. And that doesn't mean that you have a breach in the relationship. The closer you are, the more candid you have to be with each other. And if it gets to the point where you can't share those kinds of things candidly, hopefully mostly in private, the relationships don't stay as strong. And with your closest friends, within your family, there are always issues on which you'll have different views, maybe even disagree. It doesn't mean that you're not close, and it doesn't mean you can't be counted on. I think the idea of suggesting that in a close relationship it means not asking hard questions is kind of upside down. If your closest friends don't ask the hard questions, then they're not really your closest friends.
Thank you for that. I think it's a lesson for life, not just for diplomacy.
I tried to be general.
So, Ambassador, thank you very much for honoring us. Thank you very much.
Good to be with you, Tamir.
So thank you for this fascinating interview that presents us with few pointers for food for thought, and I hope we'll hear a reference to those ideas in the next panel that will talking about the internal affairs of the United States in light of the upcoming elections. Dr. Schneider will be the mediator of the panel. He's in charge of lovely podcasts that you should definitely listen to. And he's focusing on the field of national security. Aaron will be presenting the members of the panel.
For non-Hebrew speakers, if you could lower the volume of your headphones, that would be, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
So we forget. Bana says it well.
Thank you very much, Pnina. And we are honored to start our first panel of the conference, which will focus on American domestic issues right now. Of course, you have the presidential elections and the influence of what's happening in Israel, the war, the internal discourse in the United States, the campaigns, Kamala Harris, the candidate, Donald Trump, the candidate, and as time allows, what we are expecting to see in the next few months until Joe Biden completes his term. And I'm honored to call up the panelists. Karen Betzalel from Channel 12 News, the foreign desk correspondent. Ido Denbin, who was the previous CEO of Molad, and he owns the blog Mar Denbin is Going to Washington. Mr. Denbin, Rotem Oreg, who is the founder and director of Liberal, a nonprofit organization, and Lav Kharkov, who was a senior political correspondent for Jewish Insider and a senior fellow at the Mashov Institute. Welcome to all of you. So, as I said before in this intro, we're going to focus on domestic issues, but it's not completely disconnected from foreign issues, and we'll try to spend about a half an hour to cover all of these areas. And we'll start with our first question with regard to the major parties, the Democrats versus the Republicans. What each party champions, what are the differences in their foreign and domestic policies, historically and today? And a small question here on whether you've identified gaps that have grown or that have shrunk ideologically between the parties as we can identify them today. We'll start with Ido. Let's see if this works. Okay, I think it does. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try to respond briefly as much as possible to a relatively complex question, and some will say that a doctor can be written about it. So briefly, I think this is a question of how the parties perceive themselves versus how they're perceived by the public. For those who viewed the conferences, the parties' general conferences have seen a very different vision for the day after and a very different perception of the past. To put it briefly, in the Republican convention, where the feeling was that they've already won and not that they were about to enter battle, we received a vision of a conservative party, somewhat populist, that is advancing itself as the party of the family values, make American great again, which refers to again sometime. It used to be great, and we'd like to make it great again. And to a great extent, it's also an isolationist party. It's about American first, and it's not a motto that Trump invented. It existed since the beginning of the 20th century. On this other side, we're seeing that the parties pivoted to an extent to the center where there's some convergence, like when Kamala Harris speaks about advancing bipartisan work on immigration. This was something that was agreed by both sides, and it was something that Trump didn't want to advance. But on the other side, the vision that you tried to advance as opposed to the gloomy vision of the Republicans is liberal, but the three words that were paid were joy, freedom, and liberty, and of course Kamala Harris. And I think that this vision of joy that Kamala Harris is coming on stage like a wrestler coming onto into the ring with the background music. It's like having Beyonce in the background. It's not a coincidence. And these are the notions that the Republicans have had before these elections. They don't really represent the past, but I'm not going to take all of your screen time, so I'll stop here. Thank you. Rotem, let's see if this works. Okay, great. So first of all, good afternoon. And it's a great honor to be here, to come back here. To the place that I grew up in, essentially. In the United States, there are 2 parties and 4 camps. Between those parties, there are the social issues that divide them. And what are those social issues? The 3 Fs: flag, faith, and family. What do we think about nationalism? And then you have questions of immigration that come into play. What do we think about church and state? And the issue of abortion is very central there. And what do we think about the institution of family? And I mentioned 4 camps. Within each of those parties, there's another rift, which is economic. There is the more capitalistic side, which still adheres to neoliberal values of a lean government and minimum intervention, government intervention in the economy. And then there's the more populistic side, and this is what they call themselves. They call themselves the populist candidates, populist policies, populist positions. That is about growing the welfare state, not to the extent of Scandinavia, but more than what we're used to seeing in the United States, and increased intervention in the economy. Those are the 4 camps, and you can characterize the candidates from Mitt Romney and Barack Obama. Their economic standpoints are so different, particularly when we compare Romney to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Barack Obama versus Tim Walz. Now, there are also the foreign policy differences between them. In the Democratic Party, the consensus today, since it was that the United States needs to stay involved, continue being involved from a place of power in the international stage, but based on a feeling of technological, moral, ethical robustness. So therefore, parenthetically, they're not letting us win, if I were to try to capture the discourse here, because in light of what we've heard from the ambassador here today, we expect our partners to fight in a way that reflects our values. That's for the Democrats. For the Republicans, the hegemonic camp is the more isolationist, populist camp that basically is wondering, what do we need from this? What good are we getting out of international trade? How are we benefiting from more immigrants? How are we benefiting from investing in other people's wars? And this connection between American first and Make America Great Again is inherent in this sense of the perception of superiority, I would put it. Some sort of a very proud nationalist stance saying that we don't need these foreign influences. And foreign influences it means that we'll reduce family size. Foreign influences is about aluminum imported from China. We don't need that. As opposed to the Democratic Party, where the tension between the poles, this isolationist camp is right now has complete hegemony over the party. We have about 3 minutes left. Thank you very much. So I'll be happy to hear from the other panelists and what they have to say.
So I actually think that when we look at our society that is polarized and rifted, United States experienced quite the same, but on steroids, and quite a rifted society, and it will be expressed during the elections with quite a vigor. And some actually say that the same isolationist camp in Republicans present some kind of vision that is quite gloom, is taking the United States backwards in comparison to some kind of future that today the Democratic Party presents, and therefore is focusing on Generation Z, if you wish, 18 up to 29 years old. And just yesterday they published a very interesting survey about their voting habits and the range of ages in the swing states that were published on ABC. So half of them are Kamala Harris and what she represents, and third of the additional part will be supporting Donald Trump. And I think that there is a tremendous difference between the United States as a leader of the free world that believes in alliances, talking about the war in Ukraine and expansion of NATO and an attempt to create here a defensive union here. And Donald Trump and the Republicans that want Republica to be America first, but America that is inwards, wants to dismantle NATO. And his attitude towards the European Union obviously is well known. And this tension between two of those polars, those camps, I think will be accompanying us definitely for the next 2 months until the day of the elections. Thank you, and Lahav. So, yeah, we need to switch on the microphone. Wonderful. So we went through so many different topics. I don't even know what to add to this mix, but I do think that they do not allow the Republicans to get the credit in this panel. So I will add that maybe we need to look a little bit from their point of view as well, from the Republican point of view. I don't think that they themselves see it as this gloom vision of the future and just an inwards gaze upon the past. I think those people looking at the present and they see problems, whether it's an inflation, or maybe in this sense, workplaces that are disappearing. For many years, it's nothing specific that Joe Biden, it's a change in the economy of the United States, and people that do not have the work that they had for decades before. And Trump is looking upon those people and promises them that he will be bringing back, if it's possible from this our political discourse, they will be bringing back the old glory of the old days past. And that is really echoing and resonates with many people that feel differently in the United States. It's not a gloomy vision. So I think we need to adopt a little bit of their point of view as well, how they see it. So yeah, we did actually. And now let's move to the next topic and the highlights on the agenda of the current elections. Obviously, in the context of the global changes and its inward influence. Let's start with Karen. So, yeah, regardless the noise that the state of Israel is generating during the recent month, we are not the center of the election campaign in the United States. It's the economy. It's mostly the economy. And you can see that if you follow the rallies, you can see in New Hampshire, Kamala Harris was addressing the blue collar and the middle class, the program for the small businesses and cuts in taxes in comparison to what she presents as some kind of attempt of Trump to actually address the big corporations and the rich. So it's the inflation, it's the economy, and we saw that in actually the price of gallon of gas. And we must say that the average American will be voting for its life. The cost of living, that will be dictating the vote. And that's the topic. And later on, there will be other issues that will be following. Abortions. And it's extremely interesting to address this issue. We saw that it worked well for the Democrats in the midterm elections in 2022. And those who followed this week, there was a flip-flop of Trump on this topic. An attempt of legislation in Florida where he lives and supposed to vote, with some kind of attempt to legislate a prohibition of abortion after 6 weeks that Ron DeSantis is leading as a governor. And he said it's too early. And then we saw that the party responded immediately and that they're fighting for that. And he had to actually retract his statement. The pro-life versus pro-choice issue will remain on the agenda. And the border crisis, of course, when we talk about the promises of Donald Trump, the southern border, the bipartisan agreement that he called senators and other legislators and wanted to ratify that. And he said that 2 weeks ago in one of the rallies, they're taking the work of the blacks. And this debate, a well-known debate with Biden, he actually labeled them as rapists and criminals. So the border crisis, of course, and the violence and the weapon violence and other slaughter in Georgian school obviously was a reminder to us, and that will be a topic of the foreign policy. So I think that if ourselves and Ukraine are two of those wars, that America is involved deeply in those occurrences through the foreign aid. Foreign fight that the American taxpayer is paying quite a significant amount of money, and Trump wants to stop the foreign aid, and he wants to challenge them to convenient loans, and God forbid what will happen to our economy. I'm not even talking about Ukraine. Obviously, if we'll find ourselves facing this kind of reality. Those topics are in the center of the elections, and I think just another word that we need to pay attention. Those will be genderized elections. Women are voting. There is a double-digit gap between the preference of women towards Kamala and men, which is a single-digit difference. Voting for Trump, Asians, Black Americans, Latinos versus the white American, we'll see those gaps as well, and obviously different cutoffs of age groups. And the last thing I wanted to add, a fake news that accompanied us in this campaign will continue to spread, and we can see that towards the next week debate. We can really see that facts versus what is called imaginary news, lahav. So before all the topics and the policy, those elections are vibes elections, how people feel about those candidates, how they feel about that. Because Trump in particular, he's a candidate that so many people have really powerful emotions toward him. He's actually a red flag for half of the United States, really, for different reasons. Because for some, his character, the type, the way he communicates, that is sometimes disrespectful, let's put it this way. And of course, because of his policy as well. And of course, as you heard here in this panel, there is some kind of feeling that this is a bit of a going back to the past, that those years, 2016 and 2020, were years of complications and frustration in the United States, that politics were in the news all the time, and every day there was a new scandal. And people didn't like it, people don't want it again. And now in the beginning of this campaign, well, obviously, it's difficult to find the opening point, but a few months ago, it seemed that Trump will be taking the whole elections yet, because Biden didn't manage to take off, didn't manage to continue with the campaign. He wasn't exactly healthy at that point, but still people said, okay, well, at least Trump, he is capable of addressing people in the way that seems to them presidential. Which is, again, definitely raises questions what Biden is doing today, because he's still the president. But if you talk about the campaign, some people said, okay, at least we'll have a functioning president. But now when we have Kamala, that she's a candidate, it really highlights this feeling that this is the elections of emotions, of vibes. Because she came up to the stage and immediately gave her a lot of winning points in the surveys, but she came, and in certain ways she is someone new and young and fresh that people didn't see before. Again, she seems to be suitable to be a president. That's not the story, though, but she's not that young and not that new in politics in the United States, really, and she is the vice president now. And when she talks about the situation in the United States, she has absolutely nothing to do, no responsibility for what is happening now. She comes and says that she is the change candidate. She'll be bringing the change. In my eyes, this expression is showing as well that those elections are more based on emotion than politics. Because again, she is the vice president today. She's not really coming here to change it too much. But from the other hand, Donald Trump has disadvantages that are quite severe. And at least half of the United States, they do not want him. Thank you so much. More comments if you wish. And Rotem, go on. Very briefly, I think that I completely agree practically with everything that Karen just said. And I also very much agree it's vibes election, true. We got to the point where the political experts in the United States, whether it's Nate Silver or Ezra Klein, they blatantly say that it's a vibes election. And it definitely says something about the way those campaign is taking place. The first elections, by the way, that I'm familiar with, where a campaign of one party uploads a TikTok clip that is disrespecting the candidate of another party with references to actual pop culture that Gen Z probably will be only aware. We're about a step away from Kamala Harris saying skibidi toilet. Having said that, I do want, actually, there are different aspects I would like to highlight here. First of all, I do agree completely that we're a little bit gloom about the Republican Party, but I would like to say that the United States went through a dramatic change in the 80s when Ronald Reagan ran for the campaign. The well-known positive campaign that he had was Morning in America. We all remember that, or at least some of us who is old enough to remember that. A few years later on, when Joe Biden ran for elections, he spent it and added you, and there is mourning in America. And we also saw it in the campaign of Kamala Harris, that tried to position herself as if Barack Obama was hope. So Trump was hate, Biden was heal, and she is grow. And I think it actually shows where we are at this particular part of the campaign and the elections. That's about the approach. But I think from the other hand, Republicans indeed, I do agree, they really think that they are the family-oriented family party, believe in Christian or Judo-created values. But I think that Democrats look at them, talking about memes and etc. Say, are we the baddies? In the sense that the Republicans are not aware of the ramifications of being associated with 2025. And there is a reason why Trump tries to distance himself from this project. One thing that really kind of struck me, I think it's a little bit of a disrespectful toward Biden to present him some kind of a demented elderly that is completely neutralized. There's a big difference between the candidate that has to run the campaign, and she was in Pennsylvania in the morning, then Michigan, and then Nebraska as a second district, and things that Biden is doing today. I think Donald Trump, I hate to say that, spent majority of Labor Day in Mar-a-Lago, while Kamala Harris was there, out there in the field, but it doesn't mean that he's not vital and can't actually run the country. There's a difference between a candidate and a president. Thank you so much. Rotem, your word? A word, really?
The Democrats made a major, brilliant democratic move, and it reminds us of the unconscious move of in 2023 that was done here in Israel by the protest movement, which is the reclaiming of national identity. Here in Israel, we saw it with the flags and the declarations of independence. In the United States, we saw this with the term freedom and liberty. Go back to Harris's campaign. Her line was justice is on the ballot. Justice. Justice is not a formative value in the American ethos the way that liberty is. And in this strategy, the Democrats are first of all trying to soften the intensity of their resistance, and so this is what I had for you. Thank you. We are now going to discuss Israel's position in the elections in the United States. And of course, this isn't the top of the agenda in the United States, but still the politics, the war, the things that perhaps, I would put it this way, they're expressed in the things that have been said by the candidates. This is what we're going to deal with now. We'll start with you. Can you please repeat Israel's position in this? Okay.
So as Karen just said, again, this is not that high up the priorities. Though yesterday I received an email from Jane Zak Survey Institute, if you're familiar with that. It's, I don't remember the exact name of the survey institute, but they are very experienced. They have an institute at Arabic American Institute, and he said that as Gaza is extremely important for 12% of American voters. I can hardly believe it's such a high number, really. I think in the United States, the foreign affairs for 12% saying it's very important will be very surprising. I really think it's very low on the agenda. From the other hand, again, within the parties, actually, especially within the Democratic Party, there is tension indeed, especially, again, I'm saying especially in the Democratic Party, because this is where there is a pro-Palestinian presence that is relatively powerful, though at the bigger convention, they managed to keep them completely outside in the way that I thought that will try to actually, their success was in fact so total that I think it was surprising for many people, really. So Kamala Harris tries as much as possible to maintain the same line of Joe Biden, to issue a very similar declaration, though recently she published something that was slightly harsher against Hamas than Biden, which is for Israelis, it was actually quite nice, really. But though, in fact, her advices, they're very different from Biden's on topics of Israel. Again, but it's not a tremendous change, really, but they're not the same. But again, she tries to preserve the same line, I think, and it's mostly in order not to create any additional noise and to create another dispute, because she thinks it will carry on. The pro-Palestinian group will be small enough, is small enough, and it's not about to destroy Harris's chances, and then it will be peace and quiet. On the Republican side, again, there is also chance of tension, but it's less felt, I think, than in Democratic one. There is this idealistic part, of course, in the Republican Party and the part of them support, very powerfully support Trump. They're very close to Trump, many of those isolated. But all the evangelicals, it's extremely powerful in the Republican Party, and Trump will never dare to speak up against Israel. Maybe a little bit against Netanyahu, and he doesn't do that as well for quite a long time already. And mostly the isolistic part talks about the Ukraine and less about Israel. Though actually, if you listen to podcasts and etc., popular one, they are also against the aid to Israel. But now it's on the level of, well, Israel is not that politically important in this sense on the Republican side. Again, Idom. If you remember, Joe Biden talked about the very fact that different podcast bros forced him to retire from this race, and now seems so far away from now. But I completely agree with what you said now. I would like to add 2 words. Rotem said that there are 4 camps in the United States, and I think to an extent, the topic of Israel is actually one of the places where it's easily seen. On the Republican side, it's true. Isolistic separatist approach becomes very central. J.D. Vance is the designated deputy, is a reason to believe in that. But even Vance said very clearly, we don't want to give money to Ukraine, but we actually will make an exception for Israel. Israel will get the money. So we can say that there is a separatist approach, which is a very concerning tendency, actually, because it's not good for us to see a weak NATO. It's not good for us to see a weak Ukraine, at least. This is my opinion. But from the other hand, there is quite an exceptional approach to Israel and still on a very high level of national consensus. On the other side, Kamala Harris tried to position Democratic Party, at least for the campaign, based more or less on the American average opinion, pro-2 states against Hamas, pro-ceasefire deal and hostage deal. Those approach is acceptable by most of the public, but not by most of the Democratic Party. Having said that, since the Democratic Convention and DNC, and during the recent days, we can actually see the weakening. And I think a barometer, it's funny to say that, barometer of this topic is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's a member, she never said anything positive about Israel, to an extent that in one of the first, I think, campaigns as a candidate, she said, I don't know much about this topic, but I know my constituents don't want me to be on the side of Israel, which is an amazing thing to say in this sense. But today, I don't know whether she knows more about Israel. I didn't talk to her, unfortunately. But I'm absolutely sure that when she comes to the stage on DNC, and in her speech, the only thing she said about Israel and Palestine is, we need a hostage deal and to bring them back. I think this is indeed a ceasefire deal, of course. It actually shows you where this party is right now. More than that, really, as just an example to show you where it is. When she was asked about the Green Party headed by Jill Stein, who's Jewish, but not a huge supporter of Israel, one can say. She said something amazing in my eyes that does reflect the democratic deep understanding of the gap between the values and politics. Politics is a game and the art of possible, and when you're in a democratic party, and when you say that Jill Stein fails because she pops up once in 4 years and she doesn't build force and it extends her, I know how to build force, and if OIC knows that to build force means actually to look towards Israel slightly better, is something is enough for us. Rotem and Karen, 1 minute.
A week ago, I had a discussion with a parliamentary advisor of a member of Knesset, a member of Congress from the Squad, and it was a terrible conversation. We spent half an hour, and I got with a lot of cold water that was poured on me after. And why am I mentioning this? This clarified to me that this was just one conversation, as opposed to the dozens of conversations that I have had with progressive members of Congress and their advisors, that were not okay. They say that yes, they say that you're infecting kids with cholera, you're doing horrible things to Palestinians and so on. So we're also seeing in Capitol Hill that the sane majority is still the majority and is still saved. I want to say, first of all, that I feel that the 2 candidates would, whoever happens to be elected to the White House, they want the war to be behind them. In time, in other places, Biden's been, has been saying, take the deal. I don't want to have to deal with this, and I'm doubt that he's able to really deal with it, and Kamala Harris doesn't really want it. But I want to give you another perspective of what could happen into the state of Israel in the next few months. And we all remember the protests in Harvard, Penn, and Columbia this week. Those protests resume. It's resumed. It's right that those three presidents aren't there anymore. But if that protest movement is renewed, and this, she'll have to respond, and that will take her much farther to the left in her, and because these are constituents, the uncommitted, those who are tied to the black churches, and the ones who stand to gain from this, the one to stand to gain from this is Donald Trump, who will come out against that anarchy as one who represents law and order. And here Israel speaking, reflecting, like the ambassador says, you'll have to answer and explain how you fight, not just why you're fighting, if you want to prevent boycotts, arms boycotts. To cause the United States there are those who are trying to rescind those arms licenses, and this is something we have to pay attention to. Those campuses that have resumed their studies in the 2 months before the elections. I will end with a few questions about the candidates, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. What do each of them do you feel? What do they represent, and how do you think they're trying to gain the support of their voters? Rotem, then Karen, and if we have time, we'll go to the other panelists as well. Okay, so I think that for Trump, he's very insistent on inflation, integration, identity. Those are the important things. You remember, during my time, everything was cheaper. That's true. Immigration, that's what he says. Harris has flooded America with immigrants, and as the winner here, I'm going to expel 15 million people. But we can talk about the consequences on the workforce. And identity is flag, faith, and family. Harris is presenting a romantic vision of progressiveness. Progressiveness as a belief that as long as the flame is alight, we can fix it. It's not an obsession for fix. But it is about looking at every difficulty as an opportunity, not to complain, even though that's something that she learned from her mother. And she talks about herself as a protest. My parents met in a protest of the Vietnam War. But I identify with the protesters, but she wrote this in her book, but I want to be somebody who does something about it. And I think that this will represent a lot of her leadership style, which is much more attentive to the grassroots level, including the Israeli context. With Donald Trump, we've known him for a long time. And what's incredible is that at the beginning, he tried to present to the American voters Donald Trump 2.0. We've heard this from his advisors, and we had the debate that he had with Biden, but very quickly, he went back to the scandals. And for those of you who've followed the Arlington affair at the Arlington Cemetery, it simply blew up in his face with all the veteran issue and all that. But he still represents somehow the American dream. Those who became rich, those who have the hotels and companies, and Kamala Harris doesn't. She's from the middle class. She grew from. She studied at the universities and an intellectual. And by the way, this is one of the reasons that her VP is the Minnesota governor who said, I wasn't in the elite. And I think that somehow she, even though the progressives and the party have more power, she will try to preserve Biden's policy. She might fine-tune things at the edges. Trump, though, we have to say that it's unexpected. It's unexpected. Every morning things change on Twitter, whether he's going to pull troops out of Iraq or do something else. But I think that Trump will try to preserve the base of his MAGA, the evangelists. Both of them are going to fight over a very small share of the voters in order to get them to the ballots. I want to thank all of you, Karen Betzalel, and Lav Hardkoff, and all the rest of our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was a fascinating panel. We'll now go on to another fascinating panel about the future of the security and political ties between the United States and Israel. I'm honored to call up Attila Shampalvi, I think that's his name, to the stage from the INSS. By the way, I highly recommend that you listen to Attila's podcasts. It's recommended, but it's a bit scary. It's about fake land. They teach you how they play with our minds, okay? Thank you, Pnina. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to call up the panelists, of course, although I could speak up here on my own. That was a little bit of an experiment. Okay, so first of all, I would like to invite our person from the Foreign Ministry, Yochai, who's the director of the U.S. North American Division. It's incredible that you're here. Ultimately, you came back to the best place, which is North America. Eldad Shavit, who is responsible for the U.S. division of the Intel Research Institute. Rona Mizrahi is one of the senior researchers at the INSS, and Miki Edelstein, who's a reserve Major General. Thank you very much. Thank you. As following our custom at the INSS, we will start with you. We've talked a lot about what's happened in the United States, but in our conversation between Tamir Hyman and the ambassador and what came up here, I think that American intervention here in Israel, of course, but also in the rest of the Middle East, is a very, let me put it gently, a very present intervention. We really feel the Americans, sometimes positively, sometimes negatively, but they're here. Let's take a strategic perspective of this with your permission.
So the war is not over yet, but we'll try to look from the overview of those 11 months. What, in fact, did we get from the Americans during this period of time? I must say, when I look at it, regardless of all those senses of disagreements and arguments, in the end of the day, I think we need to appreciate tremendously what actually happened here during the last 11 months. The ambassador mentioned that, of course, and I think this is the right thing to do. In fact, during those 11 months, we understood we have someone to rely upon and we have a real friend and a real partner that we will receive so much from. If I can actually detail here, very briefly, in order not to catch up too much of your time, you're probably familiar with majority of aspects. Military support, political support, international global support, all the topic of the regional defense alliance that they try to create here in three very important parts: the aid, sending the forces at certain points of time where they felt that Israel needs this support, and it's not necessarily something they will be able to cope. 7th of October, 13th of April, which was the response of the Iranians for the first time, and actually now, as we speak, at that particular moment, waiting for something. Yeah, it's a lengthy wait, but this is the point of time where we saw again a deployment of forces, a willingness to do so much, really. I think it even exceeded what we usually saw in the past when it comes to this particular matter. So this is about the military field. And this is not just getting the principle, absorbing the principle that Israel needs to be defended and Israel needs to have the capacity to defend itself, but let's be party to this attempt. So just a second, would you say, Orna, that there is Israeli dependency upon, because 7th of October did prove to us that we're not that strong as we thought, especially, but we need from time to time this hug from our dearest friend. This is actually the opposite side of it. We did receive so much, we supported and we used this help. From the other hand, it does create some kind of dependency, and it also requires from us to take into consideration American policy. But I think if you take the pro and cons of this matter, we need to receive the recognition of this aid and help. We need to appreciate this aid and help in order for us to continue to develop that in continuation. And I do think we shouldn't really stand in the way of this very special process that exists between ourselves and Americans. In light of what the Americans giving us, behave. The ambassador put it beautifully, really. The best friends of yours never tell you where you are wrong. They are not actual friends. Lior, we are in those battles. The rounds, all those skirmishes on the neighborly level. Americans are pressing, Netanyahu is pushing back. Well, when it comes to the truth of life, and I think the ambassador said, we're still in a very powerful place we have really strong and powerful relationships, but there are problems. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, do you see those problems? Do you solve the problems in the discussion with different communities in the United States? A new generation is coming to the stage. This is so true. Can you hear me? So this is so true. This is very true. First of all, I would like to support, I think 7th of October, the American response to 7th of October did prove something that we do talk about for years and years, of a true partnership of values and joint standing and American support and the importance of such support. I don't want to talk about the dependency or not, but in addition to this support, political support and direct support and military support, and the creation of the regional coalition and regional deterrence that we talked about before. There was also a leadership in actions of the United States that led the international community. President Biden's visit here, that sense of visit of Anthony Blinken, an international arena leading various moves in the Council of Security and in other institutions, they gave us an ability to make decisions on the governmental level, the war cabinet in Israel, and the IDF in a freer manner. And I think this is exactly the mechanism that we are trying to reinforce in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, creating this political, diplomatic Iron Dome. I love the diplomats, really love diplomats. And yeah, this, so instead of saying we need you, you have so many ways to express that. Yeah, so you got my message, beautiful. Yeah, so, but you did touch here upon something that is extremely interesting, and I think you discussed it during the previous panel as well, and it's really important for us. We did understand that American support over Israel, especially after 7th of October, is part of the national security of State of Israel. This is the foundation. This is the very beginning. Without this support, we can't carry on. There is no any other superpower that can be the strategic pillar of Israeli national security. Therefore, it's extremely important for us to support, to preserve American support, since it's a part of national security of the State of Israel. If we will lose it, the currency we'll have to pay with is the currency of national security. It's not just the military security, in fact, or defense security, it's economical security. And airlines, tourism, in any field that will impact us, obviously, with very destructive potential. Therefore, we need to identify processes that happen in American society and the impact of those processes upon the State of Israel and the support of the State of Israel. Need to get ready. Do we need to do that? We didn't do that. We do it all the time, really. I think in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we do that all the time. We're the only entity that is in the field constantly. Our diplomats are serving the United States and identifying touch those changes, not just through the filters and the distances. I would like to say something. A few weeks ago, there was a conference on a relationship between Israel and the U.S. in the parliament, in Knesset. I think some of you were present, and we're talking about the VAP, values, interests, and politics relationship. I loved very much this definition. Very sharp, really, and very accurate. But our purpose is to connect and to grant a deeper meaning to values and interests and less to politics, really. To keep outside the politics as much as possible when Americans, but well, do you see here changes in American society? We see significant changes, so you have to cope with political changes because political perspective is changing. We heard it in the previous panel, yeah. Obviously, values will be impacting political points of view and etc. There are changes in American society that will be influencing the way they see Israel. There are changes among the decision makers in America. Those changes are biological changes. Generation X that today is controlling, which is the generation that is making decisions, is aging and leaving the stage. And the next generation, the millennials, boomers are aging. Generation X steps in, and afterwards the Y and millennials will be coming to the stage. They have a different set of values, and one of the best examples will be that highlight that, I think, is the way they actually get the information about what is happening in Israel. This is not through traditional media that has a gatekeepers that can actually separate between reliable information and, let's say, information that is slightly more delusional. Majority of the generation of millennials and definitely Generation Z get the information from electronic means of information. Therefore, they don't have those foundations. It's not even a secular generation. It's complete distancing from the religion. Among the younger generation, it will be impacting the concept of Israel as well. There is a rise of groups that are minorities by definition, such as immigrants, blacks, and LGBT, that are influencing politics in America much more than they did in the past. And all of those aspects create a change of values in the United States. When we talk about values, we must know how to connect to those values, new values of the decision makers in the United States in order to continue their support. The purpose in the end of the day is to continue the American support in the United States. We'll get back to this issue. Mickey, I would like to ask you a question about, we talked a lot, and we do talk a lot about the tension that is emerging in the relationship between two of the countries. Definitely when it comes to this particular campaign where there are interests that are contradictory. Americans said, don't go to Rafah, don't do this, don't do that. We said, no, we will do it. It's a rock of our existence. And Philadelphia have so many points of this tension. How do you bridge above this tension?
Before talking about your specific question, I'd like to start by saying that even before the 7th of October, the United States allowed us great freedom of operation, even when we all of that was in their interest, having the high friction or high engagement events. And since the 7th of October, we have to say that the support has been unprecedented. I think we all know that every day a situation assessment is done at CENTCOM at the Pentagon on Israel and what Israel needs. We see that they're keeping back the Iranian and the Houthis, and they've created an international coalition dealing with the Houthis and taken one front away from us in the and according to foreign press, they also allow us to reach those further away enemies. So those who speak about freedom of operation, you have to look at the half of the cup that's full in the past 11 months. And yes, there are differences between our interests. Of course, the Americans have a lot of similar interests when it comes to defense and the 14th of operation that's tied to the deterrence. Without the contribution led by the Americans, the British and the French, it would be hard for Israel to deal with certain components of that. It really takes a lot off of us. And so in defense, they definitely are more of an enabler. On the other hand, yes, they also have their own views. And Rafiach was mentioned here, as well as other things. And definitely, they're definitely trying to understand and see whether we're in the same wavelength offensively. There are certain gaps, and it's not that in declaring things, but if we take what happened in Rafiach, that definitely is about what Israel's end state is and whether it's clear or not. And that's where, more so than the practices of what's actually happening on the ground, that's where things start from. But I asked you a more specific question, and I'd like to fine-tune it. The tension that we're seeing these days, is it different? Is it a threat to these ties? And pretty soon I'll ask Eldad to give us his historical perspective or perspective looking forward. Could this change at some point, this entire freedom of maneuver? As I see things, and I see them from up close, I don't think that those tensions are having a practical effect on us on the ground. The cooperation and support are enormous, and there's a lot of it. And yes, there is an election coming up in the United States that's forcing them to basically declare a policy, to say things. This is part of their constraints. They operate in a way that leaves security cooperation at a level that really allows us, that enables us with very intimate cooperation. On the other hand, on the political levels, yes, there are tensions. We too. We always look at that, but let's look at ourselves as well in those contexts. And I think that as I see things right now, up until the elections, I don't see a situation where our freedom of operation will be restricted. What will happen later? I agree with what was said in the previous panel, how Trump would like to see his entry into office. If he wins, he wouldn't want to deal with a war, and that totally contradicts his worldview of taking the United States out of all of those conflicts. And Kamala may be in the same place or not too far from that. Eldad, that is exactly the point that you step in, because I would like to also ask you about the relatively special threats that we have, and I think that every child here is born with the circumcision and the idea that we're the friends of America. But in light of the political changes in the United States, this will change, and obviously at some point it will have an effect on the complex and strategic relations. That's broadly speaking, and looking at what's happening right now with those ties. So before I talk about the longer term side of the relations, what I can identify, I don't know if I would call it tension right now, I would call it some sort of frustration. There is a certain frustration, and I think that, when we heard the ambassador several minutes ago when he spoke, and when I read the American statements, and I hear the commentaries, and I read American media, some of which is briefed by the government, I can see a lot of frustration. And this frustration, if I would have to define the main reason for that frustration, it's because the administration, in my view, is grappling with whether the state of Israel, the Israeli government, really has a clear strategy for the long term. How is the Israeli government trying to extricate us from the reality that we're in? And this is a clear call for a direction. How does it solve what's going on in the Gaza Strip, and how it ties that to preventing a wider war in the region? In the first rounds before the assassinations in Beirut and Tehran, one of the main reasons the Americans had invested so many forces weren't just about defending Israel, but also to prevent themselves from being in a reality where they would need to intervene and expand their military involvement such that there will be a conflict between them and Iran. That was also one of the reasons, not just Israel. So an American strategy, they're constantly looking for this, and for many years they've been looking for this, perhaps even since April or even before that. During the events happening then in Iran, and they're looking for that afterwards as well. That's one. I think that it will be hard for them to work with this frustration because of the elections. I think that without the elections, we'd see the Americans being a little bit more tougher on Israel with their criticism, and perhaps doing things to clarify to Israel that there are things that do not advance American interests. The Israelis need to look at those American interests. That's in the short term. And then relating to one of the things that the ambassador said, that Biden is perhaps the last leader in his generation that grew up on the heritage, the tradition of, and the heritage of the whole Holocaust, and the mentality, not based on interest, but this dedication to Israel, the understanding that he's committed to Israel. And yes, we are seeing changes, generational changes in the United States. We're seeing demographic changes in the United States. We're seeing the public sentiment that is getting more extreme on both sides. We talked about isolationists on one side and progressives on the other, and this is all producing a threat toward that future understanding in the United States of continuing to be committed to the defense and the well-being of Israel. I think that the state of Israel needs to prepare for that, not just to deal with what's happening today, but to deal with what's happening tomorrow in order to try to understand what the changes are. By the way, not everything is tied to Israel. Some of them are unrelated, but they will have an effect on Israel. And by the way, we have this person here in the foreign ministry is in a very senior role dealing with this, and others authorities in Israel. Are you talking about defense contracts? Yes, that's on the other side of the coin. On the one hand, you need to better understand what's happening in the United States, or what will happen in the United States in the next 10 years. Let me remind you that in 2028, the MOU with regard to military assistance to Israel will be renewed, and regardless of the administration, whether it's Trump or Harris, and they will have to deal with that. So we need to prepare for that, perhaps, which is going to be in the future. Beyond that, the Defense Pact issue is a very central one. The INSS several months ago published a memorandum that outlines the disadvantages and advantages, and the bottom line there was that after we weighed they needed to, through some sort of an agreement, the Israelis need to ensure that those questions that could come up, and they have to have answers to those. And it has to eventually end up in as the official representative of the state, you have to also address this issue. What do we do? I think that with regard to the Defense Pact, this is something that comes up every several years, and it's come into the discourse after the INSS's paper that we've read thoroughly, and this is definitely supposed to be handled by decision makers in Israel, perhaps not during a war, and certainly not during elections in the United States. Ultimately, this isn't a good time to discuss these things because of the urgent issues, and talking about the Defense Pact is something that needs to be done when we deal with a very long-term vision of the ties between the countries. But we do have to look at, and Gadi talked about it in a conference recently at the Foreign Ministry regarding the demographic changes in the United States. And one of the questions that I'd like to raise here, we talked about the intergenerational changes, the young people, the more progressive population, and the demonstrations on the campuses were mentioned here as well in the previous panel. I would like to take one question and one dilemma and present it. We're talking about part of the life cycle here, because we in the Foreign Ministry are running polls on positions in the United States on positions on Israel. We've been doing that for over 4 decades. We see that we have a very serious problem now with youngsters up to age 30. Since the October 7th, it's become extreme on all scales, and we're seeing a change that is basically changing from age 35 to 40 and positions to Israel. They say that once you take out a mortgage and you have children, you understand that your attitude needs to change a bit. And the question is it something like this? In 10 years, the people who are now protesting in campus, are those people going to get back on track, so to speak, the track of the good old U.S.? Or are we talking about a different generation that's changed, and they're an indicator of this change in another 10, 20 years when they become the decision makers, they'll be in a totally different position. I think that what was mentioned in the previous panel shows that, she's also making that change in America, within those tracks of American politics. But this basically means, if I'm really understanding what you're saying, that means that the State of Israel doesn't necessarily, and you're saying this as its representative, they don't have real, genuine tools to deal with these changes in the United States, and we may end up paying a price for that with our strategic perspective regarding interventions and how much. I'm speaking here in my role as the Deputy Director of North America, and my concept here that the ties between the United States and Israel are the most important factor in Israeli diplomacy. They affect not just our bilateral and economic relations, they affect our ties with Arab countries, and everything that's tied to Israeli diplomacy and Israeli foreign policy has something to do with the United States in a major level. So Israel really needs to invest in it. It has to invest in these ties, not for today, not for 2025. It needs to invest for 35 and 45, and understand that this investment is part of Israel's national security. In other words, to invest in those future decision makers, to invest in those demographic changes, to find those connections to population groups that aren't connected to this sentiment of the Holocaust that the ambassador talked about here, or Latino immigrants coming to the United States who don't understand why the United States needs to be Israel's closest friend, or why Israel needs to be the Americans' closest friend. We have to explain to them and teach them about the tie of the values between Israel and the United States. I served in Miami and the Cuban community, which is very different from the rest of the Hispanics in the United States. They understand this based on the assumption of this support for democracy, and again in that struggle against democracy that they had, that in the Cubans understand that support for Israel is support for the values that the United States supports for, and that might be that nexus that we can find. We need to find other new connections with the black communities, things that had existed in the 1960s when the Jews marched together with Martin Luther King and other leaders. In the 1980s and 90s, we lost that emotional connection. These are some of the most challenging populations. We have to find a way to restore that discourse with the United States, the American Jews. That's very important. This is a bit of commentary. This basically that saying that that Israel isn't doing enough to connect to those populations, to those places, to those problems, to those changes. We're not there. That means that they aren't doing it. And a lot more needs to be done, because ultimately I think that these changes are a challenge that we need to contend with. We, Israeli diplomats, and we, the State of Israel. Orna, we'll start with you, and Mickey, we're coming into our last 4 minutes.
I will be very brief. I would like to address the topic of the formal relationships of them. I'm coming from the system of defense, of course, and I would like to say about the defense agreement. Following this war, I did converted a little bit of my approach. The general approach is usually quite complicated. We want to preserve the freedom of our operations. We don't want to be connected by formalism to the Americans, but I think this war did prove to us, following what we all said before here, that there is a tremendous significance because of various processes that are regional, that are global, that are internal in the United States, to anchor the relationships in something much more formal. Again, I don't know whether it's a defense alliance, because defense alliance can be so many different things. It depends on the content. It depends, of course, on the significance, but we might actually design that in a different manner. But I think it should be something much more formal. Well, Netanyahu brought it up a few years ago. We did ridicule him. He talks about I said I converted. I did. Yeah, I did change my mind. So we have to, as I said, we're at the point where we do understand, again, things are happening in the regional arena that are significant change in context mostly of unification of the arenas and the threats around, and the fact that we every time will have to fight a multi-arena event. The American architecture and the American intent to improve the defense alliance with the Saudis. Obviously, we need to be in a better place than that. We need to preserve our qualitative advantage. So we need something much more upgraded than the maximum we have today, which is obviously great. It's quite an improved relationship. And the American system as well that is changing. We can't trust who will be president within 8 years from now. We can't rely just upon that. So obviously we need to work upon some kind of anchoring that will be much more formal. So yeah, you want a paper. You want an actual document, a contract. Yes, Mickey. So the Americans during the last weekend, they allowed us to strike, preliminary strike. Didn't stand in our way at all. I'm saying that in order to actually, people talk about the defense alliance and defense contract, different legislative nature completely has been signed by completely different entities. So we need to clarify a little bit the concept here, I think. We need to talk about that later on probably, but let's look at the situation when Iran within 6 months will have a nuclear weapons, if it will. So the American default, I think, is containment. Forever, this is their default, containment. Whether we are willing to be in this default of containment of the nuclear Iran power, because all the rest of the local threats are the first tier, and etc. We don't need this defense alliance for munition, probably, yeah, and etc. But I think that the biggest question we need to focus is looking at the biggest threat, and then we need to decide whether we can find a common ground in such a contract, not necessarily the alliance with the Americans. This is our challenge. Okay, just a second. I must spend some time on it. Why do you think that Israel is containing the whole path of Iran towards the nuclear bomb? So yeah, I don't see what can we do then. Again, I'm not here in order to grade the performance of Israel. I think that Israeli strategy is failing from 2015 in my eyes. It's a complete failure after failure, really. Again, we didn't skip even one mistake that we could have actually make, and this is an expression of lack of strategy. And now the question is, let's analyze, or it's important to analyze history, but this is not the time to do that. Let's imagine that Iran is nuclear. Maybe we're missing something reconnaissance-wise, but will we be willing to contain it? Up to now, yeah, we did it for different reasons. We contained. We declared many declarations, but we actually contained it in reality. And I think that when we look at the defense alliance, whether such an existential threat is necessary to be examined, and this is where we need to look at the working opening points through the lens of the defense contracts, the different configuration that will allow us to receive American support. We're talking about defense regional configuration that might be quite significant for us when it comes to its impact than something bilateral with the Americans. Because I think it will connect the Americans to the region based on our interest, of course. It will connect them to different points, not just versus Israel. It's just an example of the regional configuration of alliance of that sort. Well, that's food for thought. We'll create a conference around this particular discussion. Thank you so much, ma'am and gentlemen. It was fascinating, really, and hopefully out of all those conversations, something will continue to emerge. Laura, it's in your hands. So thank you so much. It's a fascinating panel with great questions that we are focusing upon all the time. 15 minutes of a break, just refreshment. Be very purposeful. We'll be here at 2:35. לא, זה כל כך דבילי באמת, סליחה, שברגע שפתאום כאילו המנחה אומר בוקר טוב, אז כאילו יש כאילו, מה? זה באמת, זה סופר קוטע את הרצף, למאזינים ולי מאוד דרך גם, כאילו. בוא נגיד כזה דבר, חוץ מזה לא נראה לי שצועני שומע
טוב, כולם מוזמנים להיכנס ולהתיישב. ואז...
So those of you who are watching, it's hard for us to bring people back, but we'll be beginning very soon. Do not you leave. It's a fascinating panel what we have here. So thank you all of you guys. Please take your seats and so again, so good afternoon, all of you that are here. Please take your seats, and I hope you enjoyed the lovely snacks, especially the chocolates that we had during the break. And now we'll be moving to the panel with a little bit of politics. We did talk a little bit about politics and how politics can be actually felt in, and let's listen to the origins of political knowledge. So public politicians, our parliament members, Jerusalem and Washington. And I would like to invite the mediator who will have to hold them on a short leash. Ben Yerushalmi, he is the director of conferences in the Institute, so any claims you have on this conference, Ben is the address, and Ben, the baton is in your hand. So thank you, Pnina. I hope that for now the conference is okay, and only later I'll get the complaints. But during the previous panel, we did talk in a very expanded manner about the security and political connections between Israel and the United States. So I would like to zoom in on the connections between the governments and administrations and the impact of governmental connections. I'm honored to invite Parliament member Boaz Mismol from Likud. He's a chairman, a co-chair person of the friendship group of U.S. and Israeli Parliament. Idan Rol is a Parliament member from Yesh Atid, a former deputy of Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he's also a co-chairperson of the friendship group, and attorney Efrat Chaiten Marom. She's a member of the Committee of Security and Affairs, and she's the chairman of the Women's Committee of Friendship of the Groups. So good afternoon, and thank you for joining. And let's delve into problematic matters. So from the very beginning of the war, we can see quite clearly seen support of the Americans. From the other hand, we also hear about the friction and tension between the governments. We hear it in the open, it's not just behind the curtains. And I'll give you a few wonderful examples of this tension. 4 months ago, Hamas like Biden was a tweet of Minister Ben-Gvir. In June, Prime Minister Netanyahu claimed that Washington is delaying a delivery of weapons to Israel, and Senate and American administration were infuriated, claiming that it's an internal political need that ignited Prime Minister to publish something like that, and the president is the biggest supporter of Israel. And even a few days ago, as attention about the hostage deal was published, that senior political factors in Israel said that it's quite strange that President Biden is pressing the Prime Minister and not Sinwar, since it followed the assassination of hostages, and one of those hostages was an American citizen. Parliament member Bismarck is the only representative of the coalition in this panel. I would like to hear what's your opinion. This friction, is it part of the legitimate disagreements, or is it a danger to the continuation of the American support of Israel? So thank you, first of all, for all of you, and thank you for inviting me. We are here in this very serious research center, well-known think tank, very renowned. So any researcher knows that as within 50 years, from the perspective of time, you will be examining events, so this tweet will not be remembered in history. Let's look at it from a historical perspective. What will be remembered, though, in history 50 years from now? that in this great tragedy that the state of Israel went through, it's not just the Jewish people, it's the state. The American president landed, the democratic American president landed in Israel and supported the state of Israel. That will be remembered. Don't. But what we're actually trying to say that the United States and Israel have disagreements, obviously. We're still good friends, so this don't, after a few months, and it was problematic for Jerusalem as well. It's not just done to Iran. It was also done for us not to get to Rafah, not to get Philadelphian access, and it comes to our part as well. So we need to be concerned. No, I want my friends and myself to get by well, but I'm always looking in the hindsight of history. Did it ever happen in the past that I had disagreements with American presidents or American administrations? And the answer is yes. From the very first day when the state has been created, 1948, Ben-Gurion was the prime minister. There was an American ambassador, had a lovely name, very popular, McDonald, James McDonald. He was an ambassador here. There was a war of independence, and territorially speaking, Israel grew up a little bit and inflated, and it's good for us, really. And Americans didn't really welcome it. And James McDonald, his memoir, wrote that he was actually talking to the prime minister. There was Marshall, who was the state secretary. He was very aggressive towards us. And James McDonald remembered in his memoir, a very short person, just 1.52 m, and Ben-Gurion was 1.59 m, by the way, was standing, and the Israeli prime minister said, no, no, no. And we did survive this failure. In 1967, LBJ, who was the president of the United States, said, Jackson, I'm sorry, no, I'm not arguing about that. That's okay. This is not the meaning of the dispute. No, I'm explaining to you. It's important, really. I understand. Your claim is very clear. Trust me, we understand that. As we said, we're serious research center. You know, I know you always interrupt me when I talk. No, we just don't have much time, unfortunately. I want to be like Rina Matzliach, the journalist. No, it didn't work for you. You're too nice, really. You can't do like her. But my question is, obviously, it's very clear that what we remember is don't and not Hamas love Biden. And the question is very different. Don't you think that those statements, in the end of the day, they build up into endangering our relationship, they create hostility? So I'll give you a short answer because now I understand they said that our time is very limited. Okay, listen, let's put things into the context. If there is one book that I highly recommend to this whole industry, in one book if you have to read it, really. Well, it's not the best book in the world, really, but it's very interesting for this period of time. It's The World of Yesterday by Stefan Zweig. We live today in the world of transition. We don't know what will emerge from that and how long will it last, but I do think that the Americans in this world that is threatened by so many factors, America knows how to gamble or to choose the right friend, especially in our region. You know, sometimes the interests that are opposing, but the values and the serious interests are still, we share them one with each other. So I would say yes. Not because I think, because I represent the coalition, because I'm looking at the past, as I told you now, in the means of significance we agree. And I'm sorry if Israel in this war understands, like the entry into Rafah, and now the Philadelphian access and the story that we might get to decisive victory, and everything that I will say about the North, if you allow me. We have our own interests, and we are committed to obtain those interests, just America has as well. I was a journalist. I covered American works as well, in Iraq and Afghanistan as well. In Fallujah, they needed 9 months, and they did it in the best way they could for them. We are committed deeply towards our public. That is how it is, really. Parliament member role, maybe from the perspective of your previous position as the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. Well, actually, it's quite an interesting question because I will interrupt all of you. I will interrupt you as well. You're welcome to interrupt me. I don't mind, actually. And I will answer you to a very particular question. How can we actually close those gaps? I think all the disputes are unavoidable, of course. There is a joint and common foundation of values and interests that is very profound among Israel and the United States, but there's no full overlapping. And obviously never will be an administration or a government that will have completely perfect overlapping or full consent upon all the clauses. It doesn't matter how imaginary this list is. I think disputes should be managed properly. You need to know how to do that in a respectful manner. All those childish statements do cause damage, and I think we also had disputes. I had a dispute with our Biden administration about the opening of the consulate in Eastern Jerusalem. It's been managed, I think, well, in a discreet manner, and the consulate wasn't open. really, in the end. I think there is a room between countries or friends or any organization should be done respectfully. But after you take into account, obviously it's damaging, it's unworthy, but it's anecdotal in the perspective of thinking actual change that will allow to limit those disagreements will occur only when we transfer the strategic level to a different place. When we talk about our connections with the United States, which is very acute for our existence, such as this war, in the end of the day, it is under a certain main narrative, which is an Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This connection, in the end of the day, is filled with details of destroying and eradicating houses of terrorists or built in the settlements, which will not create a horizon of a future with less of disputes. I think what would happen, and should happen really, but we did fail to do that on the suffice level with the administration. But obviously it depends on the government here as well. We need to clarify that the story here is not a Palestinian story, not because, again, we can ignore the Palestinian narrative, obviously not, but there is a bigger story here. There is the battle between the extremist Islam and the values of the free world. When we will continue to play around the narrative and will be fixating by our behavior just the narrative of a conflict between Palestinians and Israelis, will receive unsufficing maneuvering space. And you can actually see how the proxies of Iran are riding, in fact, the Palestinian narrative. We see it with the Houthis, and we see how it undermines the economic stability of Egypt. We can see the actions of Iran to undermine the stability of Jordan and the area itself. And we still fail to bring the discourse to the level of saying, yes, friends, the Palestinian narrative is part of it. Of course, the Palestinian narrative is part of it for sure, regardless of the success of Abraham Accords. But there is a bigger story here. We can see during the last year a significant awakening in Europe. We can see a certain awakening in the United States, and still the interest of Israel, that any government in Israel, is to change the narrative from narrative of different details of the conflict into understanding that we have to introduce a preventative action of the axis, that is the axis of the Western free world, understanding that we are a forepost. We are a forepost of this war. We are a forepost, and I think that this current war in which we are currently clarifies better than anything how valid this narrative is. I think that the drone night with Iran in April and the Houthis and the impact they have upon the global economy show that if it would be able to solve the conflict between Palestinians and Israelis by some kind of desired agreement, it wouldn't solve the problem that is always receiving a secondary role after the nuclear Iran. Maybe now it's less secondary though, of the network of terror that is undermining stability all over the world. And that should be the core of the matter. And otherwise we'll be going back and forth, with the State Department of where we can build or where we can demolish. And all of us will be losing this global war. Parliament Member Wrighton, would you think that following that now Jerusalem and Washington will say eye to eye the end of this war? Plus, I did hear you scoffing when our members here spoke. I try to breathe in general, less scoffing, more breathing. But you can also start to respond. It's difficult really recently to breathe, but I'm trying.
ראשית, אולי לא יזכרו בדפי ההיסטוריה את
they will not remember the tweets in the page of history, tweets of Ben Gvir וסמוטריץ'
ושיקלי
ועוד
שרים אחרים
and
בממשלה.
other ministers of this government.
שר החוץ דאז גם.
Minister of Foreign Affairs then, by the way, as
אבל אולי
well,
יזכרו את
but
השתיקה
maybe they will remember
של
the
ראש הממשלה
silence of
לכל
the Prime
הציוצים
Minister
האלה.
when those tweets were released
והשתיקה
into the
הזאת
air, and
היא
this
מדברת הרבה יותר
silence
חזק מכל ציוץ
as much
שהוא.
more powerful than any
בעצם
tweet.
זה שכל
And the very
הגורמים
fact
האלה
that all of
הם
those
גורמים
particular
בממשלתו של
factors, they're
נתניהו,
part of Netanyahu's
והוא שותק
government,
אליהם,
and he
הוא לא
is
מפטר אותם,
silent, he is
הוא לא
not
מגנה את זה, הוא בעצם
reprimanding
אומר,
them, he is
זוהי
not
כנראה גם דעתי,
admonishing it.
כי
He
הם חלק
probably says,
מהממשלה
well,
שלי.
that is probably my
אחרת
opinion
הם
as
לא
well,
היו
because
שם.
they're part of my government, otherwise
ובעיניי
would
זה חמור,
actually let them go.
ולכן
And I think it's extremely,
דפי ההיסטוריה
extremely
ישפטו
severe.
בעיניי
And this is why the
בחומרה
pages of history will
מטורפת.
be judging
מה
severely,
שקרה
I
פה
think, what happened here during,
לא אגיד אפילו בשנה הזו,
I wouldn't say during
אני
this
חושבת
year,
בשנתיים
really,
האלה,
during the last
אפשר
two
לראות
years,
את העמידה של הנשיא ביידן,
we can see
איך
the
הוא
resilience of
ביקר
President
בצורה
Biden,
מאוד
how
ברורה
he
את הניסיון
criticized
להפיכה
very
המשטרית
clearly
שקרתה כאן עוד קודם לכן,
of the
ולא
attempts
הזמין את
of
נתניהו
the
אליו,
judicial
שלא לדבר
overhaul,
על
didn't invite Netanyahu to
על
Washington.
הגינויים כלפי בן גביר וסמוטריץ' והאיסור שלהם להיכנס לארצות הברית וההתעלמות מהם וגם כשאנחנו היינו הדמויות האלה
those characters preoccupy the American administration then and when it comes to joint values there is no anything in common with American values between those people and the American values. Ben-Gvir and Smotrich leading values that have nothing in common with Americans. There are no joint interests. If you look at their plans, really, Ben-Gvir's and Smotrich plans, what kind of joint interests Washington and Jerusalem can have? This Jerusalem. There's nothing. And obviously there is a significant distancing of the government itself, the whole government led by the Prime Minister Netanyahu, when the Prime Minister himself doesn't condemn, but actually publishes videos that damage the reputation of American administration and the aid that I don't remember if there was any president that said so clearly, that said such a clear statement of support. What else do we need? What else do we want? A president that says, I'm a Zionist. He's not even Jewish. No one requires him to say this word, Zionist, but this explicit word, Zionist. But I think what happened here during the last year or 2 years is exactly a continuation of the program, Netanyahu's plan of hurting the very basic security, existential interest of the State of Israel. In my eyes, it's an extraordinary achievement to preserve the relationship, bipartisan relationship that Israel managed to maintain during its all years of existence. All the Prime Minister of Israel did everything in their power because they understood the importance of bipartisan interests with Washington and to actually boycott the Democratic Party and to intervene right now, as has been done in the past during Obama administration and now as well, to intervene in the internal elections in the United States. This is something that does not serve, how did you put it, Mr. Bismuth, the commitment to our public? This is not the commitment towards our public, I'm so sorry. This is absolutely not. The commitment towards our own public in the State of Israel, towards the State of Israel in general, would be the aim to preserve Israeli-American relationships, proper bipartisan relationships, first and foremost, really, not to intervene in the elections, not to support clearly and openly for a decade and a half the Republican Party. Those steps, in my eyes, they cause tremendous damage that is much larger whether it is a Philadelphia access or another clip or not, or anything else. Parliament member Bismuth, maybe following that, you would think that Israel lost completely its status as bipartisan consensus in the United States, or are we just being too pessimistic?
Not at all. Regarding what issues? Not at all. I think that Israel, and I have somebody here next to me, the former deputy foreign minister, and he will basically determine whether our government is in support or against. We were very cautious in these elections, trying not to intervene, including myself, and my opinions were well known here. I don't know how much it is today, but I'm totally neutral, and whoever wins, that's who the Americans basically decide. But first of all, we are committed to the American-Israeli relations. That's the Israeli security depends on those ties. But the truth is that in our view, in our perspective, there is some kind of disagreement. What happens, for instance, and I apologize for going back to the past, because you write the future with the ink of the past. The truth is that I think that the atomic reactor in Osir in Iraq has to be bombed. He sends Samuel Linus to Israel because he is against it. What do you do with that when I think that I need to go into Rafah and the American president thinks that I shouldn't? What happens with when Obama entered Israel in 2009? The first thing that he did in October 2009 when he started as president was to welcome the Iranians and so on, and we didn't really want to see normalization between an American administration and the Ayatollah regime. What do you do? So you are committed to your state's security. I'll explain you something very important about Israel-America ties. Excuse me for going back to the ties. 1967, we generally think of that is the year of the Six-Day War, major success. Right? We remember that they wanted to throw us into the sea, and then into the sea. And excuse me for talking about the history. We had a very friendly president at the time, a Texan, LBJ, Democrat, Lyndon B. Johnson. He had his own problems domestically. He had other concerns, and he had Vietnam. And he said to Levi Eshkol, the then prime minister, that we see that we appreciate him more as history goes by. There were others that you had in your camp, and LBJ basically says to him, "No, you're most similar to them." LBJ says to Levi Eshkol, "If you act alone, you stay alone." Ben-Gurion acted alone, and we did not stay alone. That means that the ties are very strong, and we have to tend to those ties. And Ben-Gurion did that before him, and Menachem Begin did as well. There's nothing you can do about it. When in your state interests, you're secure, you are committed to your own citizens and their security. I agree that Israeli-American ties are cardinal and very important. In this dynamic world, I'm very concerned. And before the war, there was a confidential meeting of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Knesset. The Prime Minister was there, and they asked him about this changing world, Russia and China, and what do they want to do? And up until the 7th of October, China didn't, the horrible reactions from the Chinese and the Russians, we didn't know that was going to happen. And these things happened on our hardest day. And the Prime Minister said something very clear, America first. That is something that is so clear. Thank you. Look, here basically you talked about security issues, and I'll interrupt you here. That's fine. You talked about security issues, but what Member of Knesset Reitner raised is a little bit on a higher level than that. Are we creating a major ideological, ethical gap, particularly in light of the fact that, let's put things on the table here. This is probably the most liberal left-wing administration in the United States against the perhaps the most conservative government in the United States that may even go farther to the left if Harris is elected. Are we left here with some sort of foundation? Because ultimately these ties have an ethical, values-based foundation. That's what we're based on. That's why we're not Egypt or Jordan. The idea of two liberal democracies is what we share in common. Hasn't that somehow been harmed? Or I'll say something very simple, and it's good that you brought me back to that, because Efrat, my friend Efrat, really addressed the idea that we may share common values, but we're not similar in certain ways. And then, of course, she talked about what was before the war, which is the judicial reform. And so then I take a look and say, okay, yes, we really are not similar in this area when it comes to the reform. In Israel and the United States, we do not elect our Supreme Court justices in the same way. Biden there, Obama, Trump intervenes. I don't. I have a committee. We're very different. So since they have direct elections, does that mean that they're not ethical? I talked about Imam Matzliach before, and you're talking to me about the procedure. No, just one moment. One moment. Unless you want to talk about facts, let's argue with the facts. But, how should I put this? We are going out to the Americans, the Europeans, and so what do you think is going to come back from there? Basically, when you look factually, you see how much these are fantasies, politically, for political reasons. And people travel to the United States to slander the people of this country. Here we talked about the procedure and not the real values. There is real substance. So the procedure, what you said is procedure. The procedure for electing justices, that's a procedure. Substance is like LGBT or gay marriages, abortions, or human rights. That's substance. And that's where we're distancing from each other. And Reitner, who's still huffing and puffing right now, and I can understand that. I really need to be careful with my facial expressions. Look, first of all, let's take a moment and, just to take that example of the election of justices and compare that to what is done in the state of Israel is really comparing apples and oranges. There's no connection between these things. This is not a judicial panel. Just one moment. And I listened to you, boss. But I listened to you without saying a word. What I'm saying, Just factually, and when do I not speak about using facts? Just to take the issue of the Justice Selection Committee and comparing that to the United States is just to take one little part of an entire system that really is totally different. Thank you. And we're not a presidential regime. We don't have two parliaments here. We don't have a constitution, and so on and so forth. So why do you take something like that? Why don't you compare us to the English, and then you can talk about it? There too, we're not the same. In the state of Israel, we disconnected from the British mandate 67 years ago. So it's not relevant. Actually, when you look at the facts and the substance, I think that's the more important thing, more important than the commentary, because I looked at what happened here before the war, and excuse me from going back to that, because it is important. These are common interests, and to have this unprecedented event, dealing with it for an entire year when a prime minister for so long hadn't been invited to the White House for so long, that's a very strong message to the state of Israel, which is really trying to change the regime of the state of Israel and to harm democracy and to weaken the gatekeepers and the court. We have to put all these things into proportion, but I think that this is only part of the wider picture. I think that when you look at the American proposals today, and Israel is refusing its outstretched hand, has been doing so since the beginning of the war. I think that the illogical decision, and this is really almost irresponsible, illogical, and almost criminal, because the state of Israel cannot manage on its own in the way that the new world has already formed. And you talked about the regional alliance. One moment, please. I'll explain. Here I'm explaining. Last few words. The outstretched hand, where they're trying to build a strategic alliance with these moderate Sunni countries and normalization with Saudi Arabia. I remember, Idan and myself, when we were in Washington with the Speaker of the Knesset in February, I believe it was. We went there with families of the hostages, make it very brief. We went to the Senate and to the Congress and so on. We met with senior officials in the administration. And I remember a question that was repeated constantly at the time in every meeting we were in, which was, what is your plan? What is your plan? Because we are proposing a plan. This is our plan. But what's yours? How are you going to fulfill not the democratic fantasies, but the fantasies of the state of Israel's existence? What's happening now? What does that have to do with Netanyahu's speech 2 weeks in the UN, 2 weeks before the event, that talked about a very different Middle East at the UN? I'd like to go on to member of Knesset role, and you said that he was the moderator. We don't rewrite history in real time, because several weeks ago, maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, it was Friday night, and President Biden presented the program. It was a program that he got from the Prime Minister. So you can't rewrite history and say, what's the plan? The American administration, Biden, the Secretary of State, and up until recently, the director of the CIA said that the Hamas is responsible. So you can't rewrite history. So talking about plans and strategies, no. I will start with what I'll tell you what we said there in those meetings. I'm not one of those who tried to defend the current government in Israel. I want to talk about, in the Capitol and Ever meeting, what was said to us. The plan, everything in a box, that everything can be resolved in order to get an agreement with Saudi Arabia. I don't think that's something that can be implemented or that's logical in any way. I think that there's a very big delta on the operational side, things that have to be changed in reality, and the amount of time that it will take. It will take, I feel, much more than a year between the end of the war and until the Emirates or the Egyptians or Saudis get involved. The potential agreement with Saudi Arabia, that was one of the things that triggered the 7th of October cannot be what will lead Sinwar to end everything with the terms that were presented. So I think that the discourse on the connection between a deal with the Saudis and the end of the war is something that's missing quite a bit. And I'm saying this based on a lot of things, people that I talk to. This is really simplifying what happened. And I don't think, and they talked about this in February, I don't think anyone could have thought, and today we know in retrospect that this is impossible, that Maglan fighters would be fighting in the tunnels with Emiratis walking up above and the civilians. That's not logical. That's not feasible. Anybody who comes into the Gaza quagmire, but I want to take this in a totally different direction than my two colleagues, because I think that, first of all, I think that we all agree that the United States is the most important strategic partner of Israel's. And any calls after the October Center as if there was an alternative is simply wrong. And a lot of it was also before the 7th of October, right? Those glances at the East, yes, and in the government, we won't go into this now, but the ties with China and the United States, we won't go into that. But I would like to say one thing. When we measure our ties with the United States just based on what we do, we aren't really delving into American politics and the very serious social streams that are happening there, regardless of whatever policy the Israeli government is. Even if Efrat is the prime minister, it doesn't matter. It will never satisfy the progressive flank of the Democratic Party. And anybody who thinks that, and here, as a representative of the former change government, the government that basically presented the most diverse segment, or pluralist cross-section of the state of Israel, this didn't give us a better springboard to advance in acute issues without having a dispute with the Biden administration and the State Department. Nothing political was done back then. I say the opposite. It's true that the foreign policy was similar in certain ways, but I have a different version. My version is that anybody who delves into American politics and goes deeply into those social streams, and I really like this topic, they can see that there are radical extremes that are really trying to take apart many of the traditional structures of in the United States. It's class struggle, things that are based on the traditional things, the family structure. There's totally different terminology, and if you don't see this, let me illustrate. It's not that if we weren't to fight in Gaza now, they would have supported us. When they say not just two-state solution as they had once said in the Democratic Party, they're going around with pro-Hamas signs. There's nothing that the Israeli government can do. And there won't be a left-wing government, but I don't think that a more moderate government in Israel could satisfy that flank. We have to start to address, and this is the major public relations failure throughout the war, is that there's a radical movement that we are part of that sees intersectionality as very simplistic patterns of class and force. For them, Israel is always perceived as forceful. That won't change, because even a much more left-wing policy in Israel would still be too militant according to the very simplistic and unrealistic perceptions of that flank. We need to address that. This is a challenge in American politics, and it undermines academia and a lot of people that are influencers in the United States. We are a certain shockwave, which is very important to us, and we have to address this. But it's not just happening because of Israel. It's an American thing. It's not just because of Israel. The question is, if Netanyahu's policy for 15 years, particularly in this administration, did it contribute to it or didn't it? Obviously it didn't contribute, but even when I went to Washington, it's not that, I'm just saying, look, I'll just end with one sentence, please, to answer Efrat. As long as the state of Israel has its security conditions, and I don't see this changing in the near future, it will require us to have a policy that the progressives will never come to terms with. I don't think that our problem is the progressive flank. Our problem has gone beyond to people, has also affected people who were fully supportive of us. But that this is happening mainly because of this movement. I think that here of us, particularly after the 7th of October, we're seeing that there are streams that we will not convince. There's anti-Semitism, there's anti-Israelism, and campuses where a certain anti-Israel, clear anti-Israel perceptions have filtered down. This is the battle that's not worth fighting. But there are battles that are worth fighting.
So I completely agree with that statement, really, but there are certain factors that we'll never be able to persuade. If you're anti-Semite, you're anti-Semite, that's it, clear cut. Unfortunately, yeah, they do voice out their opinions, and now we do have quite a discovery today. We have quite negative things that are not necessarily Netanyahu's fault. I'm just saying, isn't it like amazing newsflash? Well, I think, no, Efrat, it's very hard for you to accept that. I don't think Efrat thinks that Netanyahu is in charge of earthquakes. I think it's a slightly more complicated manner, not in the superficial one. But you agree with what he said, but I did have certain reservations from what he said as well. I see today, and I think that what you see today, actually, and we'll say a word about it, I think you always have to be with the eyes open towards reality, even where we are, actually have to improve ourselves. And I did talk about that, and I criticized Netanyahu's policy for a decade and a half, political standing, and his attitude towards the American administration during the decade and a half. We also have to see that when I meet today with Zionists, American Zionists, really, that belong to a democratic party, they're angry at us. They're extremely angry, and before that, they were completely supportive of us. They're not progressive at all. But I am not talking about the progressives. I talk about people that are Zionists, Jewish American Zionists, that in the Senate and in the Congress, and look at Israel and the way it's been run, and they are horrified. I agree with you, Efrat. Unfortunately, there is more than one problem, really. Some is not dependent on us, and some are appalled by the very extremist and disrespectful behavior of our government. It pushes them apart, really. I think those things can be treated, but they're neglected completely in a minute, because they actually already signaled me that we must wrap this up. Yeah, this is how time flies when you're really having fun. Obviously, are you having fun? Yeah, we are having fun. So I will leave for a second different branches, the parts we can't really persuade. And those factions I will leave aside. American Jewry, we can see that we're losing touch with them completely. This is also part, there's certain distancing, because the current government is more conservative, especially the conservative governments. We have reformists and conservative field that have been completely rejected by Israeli government. We're losing the Jewish lobby, the Jewish voice, and this impact. Is it something that is a slightly governmental fault? It's not an American matter. It was the parliament member Bismuth, obviously. Well, first of all, I can't allow myself to lose even one Jew. I can't allow myself to that. I admire all the Jews, whether they're religious or not. They're all dear to my heart, whether they're left or right, religious or secular. I have a problem with the Orthodox, some of them that are slightly, pushed it too far. I can't actually give up on them. I'm planned in a way. I'm just completely programmed that way. I love Jews. But the American Jews and other Jews, obviously, I was in an event yesterday, a French one. It was in Harish, the city of Harish, a new one relatively, really. And there was a French consul, and there were French Jews, and this consul looked at the Jewish community there. There were new repatriants, some of them. One of them came on this very day because of the war. He repatriated to Israel because of that. Said, wow, it's so beautiful. There was one place where I'm actually willing to get love and loyalty to two countries, and this is the French consul. When it comes to our Jews here in Israel, our French Jews that come to Israel, they love France and they live there, Israel. This is so valid, really, in my eyes. This is so valid. It becomes even more empowered after 7th of October. The Jewish-French community is a completely different story. I'm talking about the American Jewish community. But this is how I can actually deduct something about the Americans. Obviously, there is before and after 7th of October. It's a Jewish state here, and this is their country as well, I want to hope. And I know, I'm familiar with them. I know people that don't vote for us, but I know people that 7th of October change something for them. We all understand that they have to stand aside with Israel. There are different disputes about the Western Wall, about the prayers, and about other topics, the liberals and Likud, and etc. I'm very liberal in Likud. I'm very far when it comes to social matters. But I think they understood as well that after 7th of October, and I think it will be expressed as far as we're concerned, when we'll see two candidates, and the one who will be obviously winning, we will be welcoming them. They will be very attentive, much more attentive to the Israeli agenda of both of the candidates in November. This is how I see the events. Well, unfortunately, this is like, I hope, obviously, the way you hope, but I hear voices of people that are very much connected to their Judaism. For example, people that are going to Jewish camps, for example, for that matter, reform. Well, you talked about that. You talked about Jewish camps, really. No, you talked about Jewish camps, okay? So what happened, really? But they said it's going to be 3 hours. No, well, unfortunately, they will be admonishing me very soon. So just last sentence to wrap it up. I think that the policy has to change. It has to change, and the government has to change it now. And this policy, in fact, it's not really solvable. It's not, you can find a solution that will allow Jewish pluralism in the state of Israel. It's not enough to be the Jewish state. It has to be a home where all the factions of Judaism feel at home. I think we saw after 7th of October the actual stream of volunteers and donations that didn't come based on different congregations or different factions. They came because the Judaism of diaspora is connected to Israel, and Israel has this government, and I think the parliament as well has to take it as a requirement to make a courageous decision that we will be generating and creating a new balance. It's much easier to do than you think. We will find the way for all the diaspora Jews to actually feel desired and welcomed here. It can be solved, it's strategically important, and first of all, it's Jewish and cultural and religious change must occur, but on the political and diplomatic level, it's a must. A last word, okay, so Jewish communities in the United States that are dear to our heart, of course, in such an extraordinary way, as any Jewish community in the world, of course, but I think that we must pay attention and highlight during those days, we must highlight their experience. We hear their distress, and I get phones and emails. I even participated in a documentary that one of the communities in the United States filmed, and I gave an interview, and she came and hugged me. I needed to hear that because the distress they experience is such severe distress. We don't see them. We actually basically slap them in the face. We take them for granted. We don't address the real problems, and in my eyes, it's appalling. And I would like to remind you a very simple figure, 70% traditionally of the Jewish community, 70% vote, usually Democrats. To ignore it is absolutely appalling. To say we just need your money, we need your help when it's war, and to completely ignore them. The way that, by the way, did in the 7th of October when they joined immediately the rank, and it's a conduct that is unacceptable, absolutely irresponsible, and has no future horizon of leadership or understanding of what exactly this state and this country, the values and the nature of future of this country is. Well, at this very optimistic note, Parliament Member Reiten, Bismuth and Roll, thank you. So that was a very interesting panel and thought-provoking. Let's move to another topic that is extremely exciting, and it is what is happening in the United States and the Middle East. Will they stay or will they go? I'm very happy to invite the mediator, J.C. Weinberg, a future generation. He is finishing his PhD, and he is a newcomer in the Institute, and he's coordinating Israel research on the global arena. He studied Hebrew in a zenith time, really. Can you hear me? So thank you, Pnina. So the panel that will be currently presenting, as Pnina said, will be focusing on the United States and the Middle East. So I would like to present our panel participants. First of all, Sima Shain. Sima, she is the director of the research program, Iran, the Shia Axis. Shia retired from the Ministry of Strategic Matters and served as the deputy of CEO in charge of the Iranian portfolio from 2009 till 2015. Prior to that, she was a deputy of the head of the Council of National Security on Strategic Matters from 2008 until 2009. Majority of her professional career, she dedicated to Mossad and the reconnaissance community. Her last role was the head of the research division in Mossad. Dr. Yoel Gushansky. He is the head of the Gulf Studies here in INSS, and he was also a fellow researcher in the Middle Eastern Institute in Washington. He also served in the Council of National Security and was an advisor to the Ministries of Strategic Matters and the Ministry of Reconnaissance. He's focusing on the Gulf Arabic politics and strategy. It includes strategic matters and stability of the regimes and proliferation of the nuclear. He was also a guest lecturer in Stanford University, and he received a Fulbright Award on behalf of the American government. And Brigadier General Yossi Tuber-Wasser, who is a director of the National Security Program on the matters of the Middle East in Jerusalem Center on the matters of foreign affairs, just CFA. He served as the director General of the Ministry of Strategic Matters and the head of research in the Intelligence Service of Israel. And the last but not the least, Dr. Shai Har-Tzvi. He's the head of the regional field and the Reichman University Institute of Strategy. So we have here a certain theme. As I mentioned, our panel today will be dedicated to the American foreign policy in the Middle East, and we'll try to analyze American perception of this region following 7th of October. We are here in Israel in the midst of this multi-arena war, the first of its sorts. How a regional war or non-regional general war is perceived by the Americans, and as we mentioned in the previous panel, as a critical aspect of Israel to cope with the current reality is the unprecedented support it receives from the United States. That includes the aid in reconnaissance, aerial support, munition, and military presence in the region. Nevertheless, the United States has worked in defined the Indo-Pacific arena as extremely important one in its foreign affairs. The Obama administration called it a pivot to Asia, transferring American resources in order to compete with China and the competition with the superpowers. Jake Sullivan wrote a letter in Foreign Affairs before he took his role as the National Security Advisor about the reducing American presence in the Middle East while using diplomacy, aggressive diplomacy, as a tool in order to reduce the local tension, the regional tension, and American involvement in the region. So I would like to turn to the panel at that point, a crucial question that I have to present to you. How the Americans perceive the Middle East after 7th of October, after October 7th, and I would like to start with you. You're all very significant part of the American strategy was based on the aspiration to build the regional architecture and normalization with the Saudis. So following October 7th, we had discussions, and the ambassador also mentioned the American aspiration to implement that. Where we are at now. Thank you for inviting me, and I'll take a step back, or actually, and 2 steps forward afterwards, and we'll talk about the Arabic space, and later on we'll connect it to normalization in Israel. In the beginning of Biden administration, that was actually the lowest unprecedented point in relationship between the American administration and Arabic countries, outstanding Arabic countries, and in particular the most important Arabic country to United States in the region, and that would be Saudi Arabia. After the period when the relationships were relatively good under Trump's administration, Biden declared declarations, stated statements, prior state, if you remember, after the Saudis refused to re-increase the oil production after Biden's visit to Riyadh in 22. Biden said there will be consequences, and there were consequences, in fact, but they're completely different from what he said. He also implemented different steps that infringed Saudi's interests. He stopped an export of offensive munition to some of the Gulf countries, and we did saw a certain tendency during the last 3 years. As a researcher, I was fascinated by this tendency, really. Countries that were perceived as pro-American, that were deeply perceived within the American Western camp, implemented independent foreign policy the way they never did in the past. And they actually acted against American interests in Ukraine and in other places with China in a very blatant manner, in fact, since the oil embargo in the 70s. To that extent, really, it sounds dramatic, but it is actually. But the importance of them as assets for the Americans, in their own eyes, in their own perception, not just in their own perception, especially the oil production states, the large and significant in the Gulf, increased because of the Ukraine war and the crisis of energy, and the Saudi Arabia that became, from being pariah state to the belle of the ball. In fact, look at the number of visits of the Americans during the last 2 years in the Saudi Arabia. My dearest friend, Dr. Anwar Gargash from the Emirates, today he's advisor of the president. I quote him. He is this mind-blowing, really, been public quote, really. It's extraordinary example of perception of the Gulf and Arabic countries versus West and the Americans as the patron. Gargash praised this sitting on the fence of those countries in the Ukrainian context and in other contexts as well, China, for example. And he said, choosing a side at that point will lead to more violence. And he added, the Americans need to bear in mind the world is not unipolar any longer. And this is the Gargash, he's very senior advisor. He was a Minister of Foreign Affairs of AUE. The hedging is classic, really, here. It's not a new behavior in the Arabic countries. It expresses a different understanding of global order that is currently is multipolar world. And now they're playing between different parties, and a certain doubt concerning the American willingness to step to their defense. The lack of trust in America is bipartisan. He didn't believe Trump. They didn't step up for them in 2019 where the Saudis' facilities were attacked. And they don't believe Biden. They responded in January of 2022 when Dubai and the Emirates were attacked by the Houthis. These Saudis' policy succeeded. And as a response, Americans were the one that changed their policy. They aligned, in fact, after the Saudis. So basically, the tail wiggled the dog, and as a part of the American intent to bring closer their allies in the Gulf. And in the light of the preference to stop and block China and to create some kind of Iranian blocking camp, started the negotiations for a signature of a list of different defense agreements between Arabic countries, the Emirates, and the US. The Saudis, which is better known, obviously, and a successful signature of the campaign with Bahrain, with the small Bahrain, a year ago. In the Israeli context, and I'll be finishing very soon, the United States would like to create a connection between the provision of munition and Saudi agreement and normalization with Israel, and the agreement to nuclear developments. Before the war on 6th of October, there was already a draft on the table of such a normalization agreement. I know that from the British ambassador, the Saudi ambassador in the UK, who's a very reliable source of that kind of information. And he stated that openly. And one should state the truth. Two last sentences. Hamas managed to stop, even temporarily, first of all, the process itself, the momentum, obviously. But the initiative is still on the table of different reasons, different stipulations of each of the players. In the Saudi view, they leave it on the table because they're American carrots. They don't want to be the who refuse. They leave it in our hands. We're really good at it. They don't want to say no to the Americans. They say yes, and then in parentheses they add all the stipulations and buts. But what changed after the beginning of the war, the momentum was stopped by the way of the context and the connections. And the price of normalization is much higher at that point, not just for Israel, but for all the players. The Saudis need, well, they need the American support. Americans should be more involved in Gaza and Palestinian arena. Americans should be more proactive in the region and more leading. Without that, Saudis will not join. And Israel obviously has to do much more. And look at the reports from the last month on the Palestinian issue and the topic of the Palestinian state. And I will stop here. Sima. So we look at this region, and Israel is surrounded all over by Iran and its proxies. So how American strategy changed towards Iran and its proxies following 7th of October? Well, indeed, one of the developments, we have so many things that changed following October 7th, obviously, but we probably will touch some of the aspects. And first of all, we must state that in addition to the war that is taking place now between Hamas and Israel and Hezbollah, there are two big players of different scope, obviously, that are outside the initial circle, and this is United States and Iran. The very fact that I'm putting them in the same row is already significant change, in fact, because we must remember and bear in mind that Iran is the funder and financier and the mediator of all the proxies, and active in the region. United States, as it seems, allegedly speaking, is facing the East. At least 2 administrations already. The Middle East is less of an interest for us, and we're going to the Far East. From the other hand, what do we see after October 7th? 2 of those countries deeply active, not just active as diplomats, but active under the table in the Middle East. So we must re-examine anew all the concepts we believed in following October 7th. We also must re-examine the concepts of the United States and Iran within their relationships and towards the Middle East. I will only add one word about the United States before I'll move to both of them and the interaction. In the end of the day, as we always said, the Middle East, whether you want to leave it, will be forcing itself back. And there's no doubt that Trump, obviously, and Obama, and I assume to some extent of Biden in the beginning, they wanted to go to different direction to invest the resources, the financial and diplomatic and energetic resources into Asia and not into the Middle East. Nevertheless, they didn't do that. They couldn't do that because, as we said, Middle East is forcing himself. But when we look at the last year, at any aspect, the United States is deeply invested into Middle East the way they never did within 2 decades. When we look at the first parameter, for example, investment of time of the seniors of the administration, they mentioned all the visits into the region, manifestation of military power directly, unprecedented really, provision of munition at quantities. Maybe Ukraine gets more, but I doubt. Actually, I never looked into it. From the other hand, I still doubt it. And all the commitment and the willingness to appear. So when we look at that, Americans are invested into the Middle East much more than they were during the previous decades. Obviously, there's no need to mention the dependency of Israel upon the United States has been mentioned before. I will present it from a different angle. The general mentioned here the matter of our visibility on 13th and 14th of April without the aerial defense system that CENTCOM organized in the area, together with international forces and regional forces. So I don't want to expand on that, but obviously that was a first-hand and important testimony we received. But we must understand this is an American commitment, American investment in the Middle East, an American commitment here. It's something that the Saudis as well, when they look at it, and the Emirates and all of those that had a tremendous disappointment with the Americans. Now they tell themselves, well, maybe it's a new story here. I think we need to bear in mind that in addition to what Israel is seeing here, we might have a new story in the eyes of other factors. 2 last words because I finished this round, and I would like to talk about America and Iran. Though 2 of those countries, they do not communicate directly, formally speaking, obviously. And when there were actually discussions, it was always the mediation of the Europeans. The pipelines of communication with Iran are open and they work big time. So on this matter, 2 things really. Iran is the only factor that's been deterred, and let's not get confused. There are no declarations of gallant to Bibi. It's United States. And when the president sends them shaped care and says don't, that was care of the Iranians. And when we are in a current situation when Iran, regardless of the fact that the leader, on the very first day after the assassination of Haniyeh, said that Iran will be responding, and again, today we see that they didn't, not because they're afraid of Israel. They're not afraid of Israel, only because the American presence, and let's not forget that even for a split second. And the communication pipelines, we need to talk about that maybe. There's a new president in Iran, no new leader though, but he is the last decisive factor. But the different ambience, really, certain different ambience. And from what we see actually powerfully is actually the need to remove the sanctions and the discussion of the need to remove the sanctions. And removing the sanctions is actually a synonym of the new nuclear agreement. You can't remove sanctions without signing a new nuclear agreement. And if you think everything that happened between the United States and Iran and during the war is just an unnecessary random example, we need to look into the future. Yossi.
mentioned the unprecedented military support that the United States had given to Israel and how it stood beside Israel in the Middle East. I'd like to ask you if you've identified some kind of a change in terms of how the United States are viewing the United States in their list of priorities on a global level. Look, the United States, for the Americans, is part of the global picture. It is one of the theaters. The United States, first and foremost, sees itself as involved in the great power competition. That's the main part of its foreign policy. They had to focus on the Ukrainians in this context with that fear of what would happen with Taiwan as well and Chinese aspirations. And the Middle East was supposed to have a lower priority, even though it was always pushed in that direction. The rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran at the sponsored by the Chinese, the Russians relying more on Iranian material. The Middle East was always there in the background, but what happened on the 7th of October made this even clearer. The Americans, this administration, started their jobs with all kinds of aspirations about the Middle East. And over time, they did this reality check as even before the 7th of October. And Trump particularly, and right now his policy is very different from the one he started with. Everybody here is talking about normalization with Saudi Arabia. That wasn't the direction, as you all said. The idea was to punish Saudi Arabia for various reasons, and they all of a sudden the Middle East forced them to go in that direction because of the great power competition to prevent the Chinese from expanding their influence. They understood that they needed to align with the Saudis. With the Palestinians, we're also somewhere else. And the Iranian issue, the main idea, let me remind you of Obama's idea of dividing hegemony in the Middle East between Saudi Arabia and Iran. It turned out to the Americans, and this idea constantly researched, there was an attempt to go in that direction. And the turning point was the decision to fire Rome Malling because they understood that they're on a collision course with Iran and not in a process of rapprochement and not an agreement for Iranian hegemony in the northern part of the Middle East. Now our reality, as Sima said, is one where the United States is still, first of all, is committed in light of to prevent the expansion of this war into a regional war. That's the most important thing. But in this setting, the Americans see the Iranians as a threat, as something that could end up in conflict. They don't want to get there, but they're preparing for the possibility that will happen when they bring the USS Georgia with certain offensive capabilities. That means that they're not just committed to defending Israel. We also see ourselves as those who must be prepared for the possibility that the war will expand. We don't want that, but we need to be prepared for that eventuality. And I have to say that here, what's interesting is the difference between the Israeli perception and the American perception. While the Americans, their emphasis is preventing the expansion of this war at almost every cost with a don't and threats against Iran and all kinds of other things that they did in order to convince the people, the system, not to expand this war. And it's worked reasonably well for them. Israel, however, I'm not sure that it is committed to the same extent. It doesn't want to take the same steps that the United States would like to take in order to ensure that this war won't expand. Israel does want a victory in this war. Israel is saying if there's such a big multi-theater war going on, let's win the war. Let's stop in a state of stalemate, which is basically an achievement for Hamas, Hezbollah and Hamas. We want to defeat our enemy. And the Americans understand that aspiration to defeat the enemy may lead to a more expanded conflict, whereby interests and what's important to each side will be in jeopardy. Therefore, everything that was said here before regarding the tensions between the Americans and Israelis stem from something that's much deeper than values and interests. It's a totally different understanding about the reality that we're in right now. We think that this is an existential issue that we want to win with. But I think the prime minister would like to basically use this to defeat his enemies. The Americans think that particularly at this time, but beyond this time, defeating the enemy will mean that they'll have to take risks that they really wouldn't want to take. And this is the main tension between the sides here. Just a few last remarks. This has also implications for the Palestinian issue. They would like to go in a certain direction, and it's difficult for them to concede on this dream, and that is tied to the fact that certain parts of the American population, particularly those groups of American Jews, and particularly part of the Muslim population in the United States that have a major weight in the elections. The Palestinian issue, when they look at all of the Middle East, the Palestinian issue specifically is very important for them. And therefore, the gaps between us and the Americans in this issue it's no trifling issue. It's a major thing because it affects the ties between the parties, between the two countries' governments. The Palestinian issue that was supposed to be marginal has already become so central. Thank you, Yossi. Shai. So I would like to take us and basically zoom out a bit. Iran isn't acting alone in the Middle East. And since the Russian incursion into Ukraine, we've seen an expansion of the ties between Ukraine and Iran, as well as the creation of an anti-hegemonic step that includes Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea as well. I'd like to ask you, since the 7th of October and Operation Swords of Iron, how does this war, and according to American strategic perspective, how do they see what's happening in the Middle East as a superpower in terms of the competition between superpowers? In the view of the Americans, the war in the Middle East is basically reflects is a reflection of a much wider conflict. The world is in a conflict between the liberal camp led by the United States and, in this case, the axis led by China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And since the beginning of the war, President Biden several times said that just like the Ukrainians need to face the Russians, Israel also needs to defeat Hamas because that's an American interest. But there's an understanding that this is much broader. As they said here before, it's clear that the Americans, for over a decade, would like to divert all of its resources to Asia. And in its national security strategy from October 22, it said that China is the main factor that could undermine American hegemony. But reality is different for both Obama and for Trump and for Biden as well. We talked about that during the preparation. Al Pacino in The Godfather, who said, they pulled me back just when I thought I had already gone out. If I remember in that movie, he got a heart attack, but later on, he got a heart attack. But this was the American reality. In other words, they understand that the Middle East, they are deeply involved here. And people spoke very deeply and profoundly about American intervention, about the military, economic Iron Dome and judicial Iron Dome that the Americans have given us since October 7th. And we have to add their perception of alliances to this. One way that Biden is different from Trump is its perception of alliances. We're seeing this with NATO, with the reviving of NATO, as opposed to what Macron which said when he said that NATO is suffering from brain damage. We're seeing AUKUS in Asia and other places in the Middle East. And normalization, the context of normalization is not just what's called an alliance between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The ambassador correctly stated that it's about integrating Israel into the Middle East, is taking this entire region against the Iranian axis. And when we say the Iranian axis, that's against Russia and normalization. They didn't start driving this process after these things, but it was after March 2023, of course, with the reconciliation agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran through Chinese mediation. So there is a much broader dimension where the outcomes of the world war will affect Israel's security, but they also also understand that it will affect the region and the entire global system. You talked about the tight connection between Russia and China, the success of the radical axis. In that context, we need to understand the very broad perception of the Americans. Thank you, Shai. Okay, so I'd like to go on to Shira this time. And this is more about looking towards the future. I would like to ask each of you how the Americans see the Middle East after the October 7th, when every American citizen goes to the ballot box. How will they look at the Middle East in the future? Of course, there are major gaps between Harris and Donald Trump in their foreign policies, but I'd like to hear this from you. I'll start from you, Yoel. How will they, in the future, how will they perceive our region? I'm happy that the question was about the Americans, but I'll answer about the Saudis. What do the Saudis want? Ultimately, this aligns with what the Americans want. And you'll see that they're quite similar. First of all, this isn't a good time for normalization. If you were to ask MBS right now, this isn't the right time. Israel is now toxic in the region. Nobody wants to be involved in with the Palestinians in Gaza. Who needs that? That's not the Saudi interest. If the Americans impose that on them as part of a bargain, then yes. But if they could choose, if it's their choice, they really wouldn't want that. They wouldn't want to be involved with boots on the ground in Gaza. That's an illusion. They haven't succeeded for 7 years in Yemen. They don't have an appetite for that or any experience. Since the beginning of the war, the Saudis have climbed up a very high tree within the Israeli-Palestinian issue. Their demands, there's almost no vagueness in Saudi demands from Israel with regard to the Palestinians. It's very clear as a Palestinian state, and we're seeing every week reports and leaks about this issue. By the way, these are test steps that are almost irreversible. It will be very difficult for them to come down and say afterwards, no, we didn't really say Palestinian state. Perhaps they might do that if the price is right. They've done that in the past. By the way, the end of the war and a ceasefire will allow them to go back to being more pragmatic. Maybe that vagueness will come back. The farther we'll go from the war, the easier it will be for them to draw closer to their previous positions. But we'll wait and see. Looking more broadly, the war between Israel and Hamas brought a lot of risks to the Arab countries. If they could choose, they would be happy to keep as far away as possible from the war, to strengthen their détente between them and the Iranians, which we think that was very successful, because it's potentially, at least on paper, it kept a lot of dangers at bay and kept them out of the line of fire. They were in a major tension. The pragmatic countries and the Gulf states are interested in weakening and dismantling Hamas as much as possible. That means extending the war. And extending the war means more criticism, more destabilization in their countries. They don't want that. That's why we saw from a very early stage a call and even action taken to lead to a ceasefire, because in this tension, they prefer to stay stable, even if Hamas remains in power. That's not what they want, but that's what's happening. Look, up until now, the Abraham Accords are a success story. We have to say this honestly. Who would have believed that after more than 40,000, I don't know how many people were killed really, what the accurate numbers, but with that amount of destruction in Gaza and thousands of dead Palestinians, all of the the peace agreement with Israel, the new ones and the old ones are still intact. But they have definitely cooled their ties, and they've maintained a very low profile. The public opinion in the Arab world isn't at a nadir. The U.S., the same for how they view the Americans. They really don't like what's happening there, and I'll say a few more sentences. Somebody here mentioned earlier, and we wrote this, that the Arabs could see American aid to Israel as some kind of hope. that if they are ever attacked, they hope at least that this is a model for American action in the future in the Middle East. If there is ever an Iranian attack on any of those Gulf countries, that would be great. I don't think that they're convinced that that's the case for two reasons, or maybe more, at least two. First of all, they're very fearful and they're concerned of the American difficulty with deterring Iran and its proxy from taking certain actions. They've been in the Red Sea since November, but they haven't managed to deter the Houthis or to stop the Houthi operations at a very high cost. They also see the American aid to Israel since the 7th of October as something unusual. The rulers of the Gulf countries aren't naive. They know that the attitude towards Israel is a bit different. And they aren't sure that this is how the United States will behave in the future. Two last points, and I know that we're out of time. Two important variables in terms of the possible future dangers. One, what happens if Trump is elected? What does that do to the ties between the United States and the Gulf countries and with the other Arab countries? I don't think that they have a preference. They'll be very disappointed in Trump in 2019. They were very disappointed who left them on their own and forced them to change their policy vis-a-vis Iran. Saudi Arabia has changed its policy, choosing a détente and reconciliation, mainly because of this attack. If the American response were to be different, we may have seen things play out differently. So the attitude towards Trump is very ambivalent. And the second very important point to this discussion, and that people don't really address, is the possibility of a bilateral agreement between the Americans and Saudi Arabia without an Israeli component. As time goes by, and if Israel avoids going towards a ceasefire, bringing back hostages and Hamas, and that keeps the option of ending the war and a ceasefire away, and because everything is built like an inverted pyramid based on the release of the hostages, there is a possibility that's not the fact of a bilateral agreement between the Americans and Saudi Arabians that has a nuclear component with civilian nuclear technology, including enrichment on Saudi soil, which poses a major risk. The chances that this risk will materialize and without getting normalization is going up. We've gotten all of the bad parts of that agreement, but we haven't ended up with normalization.
So I'll be very brief. I have 2 points I wanted to bring up. When we look into the future, the American administration will have, again, we're looking from the Israeli point of view, obviously. In this case, it will be also quite connected. But the main issue that will be standing on the agenda of any American president that will be elected within 2 months from now is the Iranian nuclear program that is currently at a very advanced stage, unprecedentedly advanced stages. From one hand, Iran can decide whether they will decide politically that they're going for a bomb. It's not a matter of technological feasibility, just a political decision and willingness to pay the price. From the other hand, we do hear, as I said previously, from the new president, we have the statements of need to remove the sanctions and the permit that the leader gave to negotiate with Americans. So in fact, this issue will be standing high on the agenda of an American president and obviously on the agenda of the State of Israel. I don't know who will be the next prime minister in the next year, but this current Israel will continue to do what it does now for the last 15 years. It will continue, and our prime minister will go and speak in Congress against the dialogue of Americans and Iranians, which I think really even the Trump administration, the Harris administration, will be engaging with the dialogue with Iran. They will begin banging their head in the wall. Trump, again, if you did forget, as someone who is working on Iran for 2 or 3 decades at least, I follow everything that American leaders say about that. Trump begged, he didn't ask, he begged for an agreement with the Iranians. He said, I'll give you will have rehabilitation of your economy, but even that, just come under the agreement. Obviously, it depends which agreement and etc. I'm not getting into details. But this is the main issue for any American administration that is about to come to the White House, and Israel must understand it. As I said, they will want negotiation, and Israel needs to think, what are we going to do in this negotiation? Will we be opposing, or will we taking a deep breath, rethinking and seeing what happened after they went against the agreement and where Iran is today, and think how can we require maximum requirements and demands of the United States. Obviously, I will say, since it's time to say something openly, I will say something that I think is extremely important that wasn't in the previous agreement in negotiations. Israel has to ask Americans that if they negotiate with Iran, the nuclear plan cannot be promoted during negotiations. It continued to promote the program without any restriction. This time we must require Americans to prohibit from Iranians to move on with the nuclear plan during the negotiations. A document should provide it. We're working on it in the Institute. Building new ingredients of the next agreement and the presence of the Americans in the Middle East as well. I would like to remind all of us, President Trump will think that because he actually built the embassy in Jerusalem, he was the most pro-American president. He wanted to remove his forces from Syria without any Israeli pressure and Bolton's pressure, then we wouldn't have Americans in Syria today. If he will come back to the White House, I'm doubtful that he will change his mind. Maybe actually the other way around, and if he leaves Syria, he will leave Iraq. As Israel is concerned, extremely important to retain American presence in Iraq and Syria. Thank you. So Yossi, your turn. I'll put it this way. First of all, I agree with my predecessors here, all the previous speakers, and Sima, mostly with Sima, always with Sima. But I do think that there's a very significant influence upon American foreign policy in the Middle East will be the end of this war, and how will it end? If Israel will overpower Hamas, it's a completely different Middle East as Americans are concerned, and a lot of different factors will go with a stronger horse. And the potentials that will unfold will be very different and will not win this war. Therefore, it doesn't matter who will be elected. Obviously, both of the administrations will be looking at the question of who won this war, what happened. If Israel will not win it, it will require compromises with Iran, different understandings of what is happening in the Saudi context. So that will present Americans at the position of weakness. If we'll be reaching a decisive result in this campaign, and if we'll manage to overpower in the north, that will be a completely different story in comparison to continuation of this campaign. I think the Americans will be looking closely upon this matter and will be making their decisions based on this development. And as Sima just said, I want to repeat everything she analyzed, what the Iranians will do in the nuclear context. Iranian race for nuclear and the Iranian success to obtain nuclear weapons. This is an American failure. We look at it from our particular point of view as Israelis, but that's true, obviously, but it's not just Israeli failure, it's an American huge failure. Americans pledged that the Iranians will not have nuclear weapons, and if they will, it's actually also required re-examination of any American administration that will come to power. I don't think that, obviously, they always prefer the diplomatic ways, but if diplomatic ways will not deliver, possibly they might not have a choice, though obviously, well, do they want to see the Middle East? They would love to see a Middle East that is not threatening, that doesn't require their involvement in military action. They would like to see advancement on Palestinian issue, obviously, many things they would like to see here, but I think they understand better that the dreams of the Middle East might be quite distant, and the chances of realizing those dreams might be not that high. So what are they going to do in this reality of lack of progress towards their dreams? They always come to us with different requirements and blames. Well, your strategy, what is our strategy? What are you doing here? What is the American strategy then? They don't have a clear strategy of what to do with the Middle East that is not going to the right direction or desired direction. Shai, so different angles, and I think from a strategic point of view, when you look at it, there is some kind of similarity. The tactics will be completely different, but there is a certain similarity between Harris and Trump in this sense. Both of them won't like to reach 20th of January when the war is still live and kicking in the Middle East. They both would like to see the end of it. Obviously, we have Biden until 20th of January, but that will be the aspiration of both of them. I'm being very brief here. Normalization, again. Everyone, when we saw Trump's administration and Biden's administration, probably Harris will want as well to see how will they promote normalization in the Middle East. Obviously, there are matters here, and I agree with Yoel, we need to re-examine bilateral agreements, but there are certain things that are no-go without Israel. Different agreement is 65 senators, and it is impossible if Israel is not pro Q&E. If Israel is not in this game, you can't promote it. And nuclear, obviously, what MBS wants is the ability to enrich on Iranian soil is very problematic. There will be things that they want. They released certain components of weapons for the Saudis recently, but there is tremendous complexity. What was the role in the end, the biggest role of Israel in the normalization agreement? To bring the 16 Republican senators to sign the agreement. That was the biggest role of Netanyahu. Why MBS wants this agreement? For a very simple reason. 2018, because he remembers a new president will come and suddenly they will decide, okay, I'll retire from this agreement. I want it locked. Any other president won't be able to change it. So that's the matter. Nuclear agreement, I agree completely with your analysis. Let's see who are the characters. Zarif in Iran, Sullivan, Blinken, Burns. We all remember within a decade the involvement of those people in the agreement a decade ago. One of the problems that Iran of 2024 and 2025, I'm not getting to differences, they are different on the level of nuclear, their position on strategic level than Iran of 2014. And still, I think Harris and Trump will absolutely see that this event is the biggest nightmare if Iran will start, I don't know, move towards the nuclear weapons. That won't require necessarily of the Americans to move 90%, for example. You won't start a war for that, but it's another step towards the nuclear weapons. So both of them will have to decide how will they manage to promote this agreement. I completely echo what Yossi just said and how this whole event will end, because that will impact how each side will be promoting different agreements from their different fields. Thank you, the panel. So we're exceeding time frames, but it's so interesting, so we don't have a choice. And now we are at the last panel on the very important topic, and a painful topic, really, of the rise of anti-Semitism and the Jewry of the United States. I would like to invite one of the central research of our institute. The whole research goes through this particular research, senior researcher Shahar. So hi, hello everyone, and we are the last but not the least. We're always in the end, so we'll try to be as focused and as fascinating as possible. So I would like to invite the members of the panel. Shira Ruderman, the Director General of Ruderman Foundation. Professor Gil Troy. Gil, he is a senior fellow in the Institute of the Jewish People and the researcher of the Northern American history in McGill University. Former Minister Asaf Zamir, 2 years and a half ago, he was the Council of Israel in New York, and today he's a deputy mayor of Tel Aviv. And Professor Ted Sasson, he's a senior researcher in NSS on behalf of Ruderman Foundation. And this is an opportunity to share, Shira, to thank you and your foundation for the support, this continuous support. It's not the first time that you're supporting our institute in order to introduce this perspective of American Jewry and the connection to Israel as an echelon of Israeli national security. And that's exactly the topic we'd like to discuss. Short opening with myself, and then we'll delve into the matters immediately. Zooming out, and then we'll zoom in. So zoom out, a few years ago, we held, that was my previous project with the Ruderman Foundation. We had a joint project dedicated to the relationship of American Jewish community and Israel from the perspective of national security. And the very beginning of our research on this study was that we live in a very special era where the majority of the Jewish people, the decisive majority of the Jewish people, are actually at the current matter are in two centers, Israel and United States. And therefore, when you look at the future, how the future of the Jewish people will be shaped, we must look at two of those centers, what will happen in each one of those centers of Jewish existence, what will happen to the communities in those centers, and maybe most importantly, what will happen to the relationship between two of those centers. And that's the topic of our story. Zooming in, on Monday, on Herzl Mount, Hirsch Parliament was interred in God bless his memory. I know we all followed the son of John and Rachel, an Israeli-American citizen. Hirsch was kidnapped by the terrorists of Hamas on October 7th from a Nova festival in Reim. He was murdered in the end of August, and his body was salvaged by the IDF. And during the last month, his parents and his friends led a media campaign, a diplomatic campaign that was extraordinary, really, a global campaign to release all the hostages. And Hirsch became a symbol of this connection, this special connection between the United States and the Jewish American community and Israel. And that leads us, the zoom out and this in, leads us to the topic that we'll be working upon. We'll try to learn about the influence of this war upon the Jews in America, the sense of personal and community security, the interface with general American society, and their relationships with Israel. We'll talk about challenges, we'll talk about recommendations of policy and actions, if we'll have this scarce time that we have. And I'll access the topic. Shira, let's start with you. In your foundation, you talk for many years about this very special triangle, the importance of this triangle of Israel, United States, and Jews of United States. What did you learn during the last year, during the wartime, about this triangle, the interface and the connections between the different vortexes of this triangle, especially when it comes to relationship between the Jewish Americans and so good afternoon. I will say two things that are very important that I learned following as a result of the current situation which we're at. First of all, we really tried during the last previous decades to create some kind of dichotomic approach that Israel is one issue and Judaism a completely different matter. And it seems to be the completely separate matters. And I'm saying that I think we all, it was not just an arrow to our heart, but it also was a fist and it was slap in the face, the Jews in America. There's no such a separation, really. Even when we tried to do that, it was quite a punch in the gut, really, while trying to create the separation. What is happening in the state of Israel immediately impacts and directly impacts Jews of the world and Jews in the United States in particular. And what is really happening in the world impacts the state of Israel. And you can't disconnect this. And there was an attempt, there was an educational attempt, there was an academic attempt, an economical attempt to show how we succeed in any channel separately. And still, in the core of the matter is the joint fact that we are Jews. That's why we succeed, because we succeed to ignite each other, we succeed to motivate each other, because we have joint past. And you can't disconnect it. But this dependency of the joint future that we have, our joint fate, that we can't really outline right now, we can't present it and then visualize it, we can't tell ourselves what will we do together, because 75 years we built together the State of Israel. And before the foundation of the State of Israel, we had a joint goal of creating the State of Israel. Those clear top goals allowed us to work together and to put aside disagreements and different opinions, maybe difficulties, aside with everything we heard and very important matters that were brought up, that there is strategic triangle between the interaction between Judaism in the United States, America, and Israel, Israeli internal affairs, it's another axis. So this triangle has one vision and different strategies. As we don't understand those points of interaction that we have, the interface that we have, the joint definitions, whether it's strategic goals and tactics, we must create that. So what I did learn, I knew that actually before, but it really put quite a mirror in front of my face. Very significant mirror. You can't disengage, you can't disconnect. We must create a joint language, and we do not have a common language. We talk here about values and strategy as some kind of basic work assumption that we have joint values. We don't have common values necessarily, and definitely not a common strategy. And I would like to say what I mean by common values in the Jewish world. We used to say family, home, Zionism, Judaism. We knew exactly what it means. Immediately we knew what it means, but today we do not understand, we don't get the same. The structure of the family changed. The strategic plan changed completely. The way we see gender changed completely. We don't have an ability to actually say, okay, home means Zionism is, Judaism is. We don't have those equations any longer. Therefore, to create a common language, when you create a language, you can actually create a plan. When you still do not even speak the same language, we just, as I said, we just learn about the gap that exists between us. But this gap, let's not get confused. It's not actually a crack, it's a gap. And gap can be bridged by creation of a joint common language and common goals, the way we need to do here in Israeli society, not just the Jewish society, within the Jewish world as well. We use language of a crack, not having common goals or purpose. We don't have a common future. Why would we say that? This is so not true. We do have. And we see that this war pushed us together, I'm saying, under this recognition that you can't hide behind the lack of desire to put your Jewish identity up front. Because today on campus, I have two kids studying there, one in Columbia, another one Northeastern. They don't ask her which faction of Judaism you support, what kind of Zionist you are. What do you think about Israel? They say, you Jewish, I don't care. I don't care what kind of Jew you are. And we needed this reminder to remember that we're one people with one home and a common future. Thank you. Lovely opening. Tad, let's go to you. I would like to hear, how do you understand the impact of this war upon the American Judaism? Thank you for the question. Well, as in the previous wars in Gaza, the Jews of America expressed a unanimous support of Israel in this war, which has been expressed in service, fundraising, and demonstrations and rallies. And last November, a rally organized by the Jewish groups in America, the biggest demonstration that's been organized ever by the Jewish groups. This support has been reinforced by the shock that has been experienced by the American Jewry. Positions that were disregarded by the radical left that supported Hamas and Hezbollah. Many Jews feel betrayed by social movements, Black Lives Matter, and LGBT rights movements they identified with for so many years before. Nevertheless, we do enter into new territory that seems that the war will continue unlimited period of time. Majority of the American Jewry, as majority of the Americans oppose the Jewish control of Gaza and West Bank. And the 7th of October and the assassination and murder of the hostages persuaded many to allow Israel and its prime minister more time. I do believe that Israel is on the way to become again a topic of dispute among the Jews in America, the way it was before the war. According to my opinion, the support started to erode. And the reason is not just the perpetual war that is planned by Israel for the future of Gaza. The source of erosion is also the role of the radical right in the government of Israel and the violence of some of the settlers toward Palestinians, and the very fact that it's not being punished, this violence, and the attempt to change the status quo at the Temple Mount, and the memory and the possible future of the legal judiciary overhaul campaign. I do not know what will happen in Israeli politics or how the American Jewry will respond, but this current situation is extremely unstable, and in certain sense, the liberal majority of the Jews of America is being disappointed by the right-wing government and the radical left of America. We do not know how the American Jews will decide to navigate between those two extremes. and the message, the political messages and the moral messages that John and Rachel Goldberg Pollen expressed in their speech at their DNC, where they demanded the release of hostages and expressed identification and support of the civilians, uninvolved civilians in Gaza's suffering, is the position that majority of the Jews of America identify with. This is the political orientation that Kamala Harris adopted in the leadership of the Democratic Party within which there is a silent majority of the Jews of America continue to feel at home.
To move now to the Israeli perspective, and the question of Israel is for you, Asaf. You, as a consul in New York, there are those who say that basically you were taken down. You were once a consul in the largest Jewish city in the world, and now you're in the third largest city. So you've been demoted. Now, this comes to mind now. But the truth is that as a consul, with the expansive network that you have with the diverse Jewish community there, I would like to exploit your perspective with your official role to ask you how you see Israel in the relationship with American Jewry, and how much the past year has drilled down or has clarified the things that you had done there. Thank you. Okay. I would just like to add some things to what has been said up until now, and I will tie this to what you asked. I think that Israel's role is significant, but it isn't, and it can't fulfill our need to strengthen the connection between American Jewry and Israel on its own. It needs to come from within American Jewry, regardless of what's going on here. But regardless of what's happening here, this connection has weakened long before October the 7th. Before October 7th, we were at perhaps the most negative point when we looked at American Jew sentiment towards Israel, and even the Jewish identity of some of those people. And this is very clear when you look at the different age ranges. We'll see the effects on the age groups of the October 7th, those ripples. When you go to the large left-wing liberal group, you'll see that the connection is much less and has become reduced. And this group may be the group that will go even farther away from Israel after October 7th. There was a moment where everybody came together after the horrible event that happened, but with the campaigns against Israel and the lack of, or the unpopularity that Israel has in the United States on the campuses, in the social networks, and among opinion leaders, young opinion leaders, and so on. We'll take that group of young Jews who were less connected from Israel to begin with, and I feel that it will push them to a place where they will identify an identity that is intrinsically and against this part of their identity. On the other hand, you also have a group, the next generation of the Republican right and the Democratic center, where you're seeing the opposite process, a strengthening of their Jewish identity, stronger connections with Israel, and there's less of a distinction between those two, the stronger their connection. And there, the state of Israel really has an opportunity and a responsibility to be forward-looking and to rebuild the connection between those population groups and Israel. And I'll explain why that's important. People who are at the age of my grandmother in the United States, regardless of whether they're Democratic or Republican, even if they're radical on either side, their connection to Israel is a post-Holocaust connection about revival, and there's an emotional connection that could withstand the tests that we create for it. It withstood the Western Wall compromise and the settlements, and it withstands all of those things because and my parents, the children of that generation, are still them because their parents created their connection with Israel because they accompanied Israel in its wars. Their Jewish identity wasn't controversial in the United States, and their support was at a time when Israel was part of the consensus, bipartisan. And they celebrated it. The next generation is growing into the world where Israel is a bad thing. They don't have any direct connection to what's happening. And part of those people aren't connected to their Jewish identities. Some of them aren't Jews. Some of them have one non-Jewish parent and one Jewish parent. Some of them were already expelled from their community and geographically shifted within the United States. And there are many other people who it really doesn't really mean anything for them when they become adults and when they go to the campuses and they have to decide where this is in their lives, what it means. They decide to make this a negative thing because it's a social burden, because it is a political burden. These days, this is even more intense approaching the elections. Every time there are American elections and the Jewish community needs to divide its views of what's happening in Israel and outside of Israel, those anti-Israel voices within the Democratic camp challenge those which is the majority of the Jews, who are Democratic supporters of Democrats. And I'll say one more sentence and wrap up. I know that I've taken more time than I was supposed to. The question of what the state of Israel is doing in order to strengthen the connection between this population and Israel has never been dealt with, not in national plans, not by the foreign ministry. It hasn't been handled in any way. It is fed by American plans, or it relies on Taglit programs like the birthright. And on the other hand, everything you talked about, which is the government policy that contradicts the worldviews of those people, that is keeping them away. As a result, their connection is almost completely eroded. October 7th was a window of opportunity, and I think this still exists in some places, to develop plans and make investments in order to catch those relevant people who have a potential, in the positive sense, of course, if there is a positive sense of that word, and to draw them back here towards us. Their relationship with Israel would always be based on the here and now, what's happening here, not on what's happening there. And this has to be done through a wide variety of plans, and I can give you details if you want. Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you, Gil. I would like to ask you, Gil, and each of the previous speakers said something about this. After the initial aftershocks of the October suburbs on the American population, which is the wave of anti-Semitism, the wave of anti-Israel sentiment, I would like to ask you how we should understand this. There are two approaches. One says that it's mainly the result of domestic American historical and his social phenomena. And the second, in light of the events, says that it's highly connected to what's happening in Israel. And Shira has already said that it's these two things converging. We would be happy to hear what you think about this. We have about 2 hours, right? I have 2 hours to respond. Look, as a historian, it's problematic because we're still experiencing this event. But what I can see right now is that in Columbia, how many students participated? 300, 400, 500? How many students are there at Columbia University? There are 36,000 students. So you need to put these things into proportion. 2 years ago, I got myself in trouble because I wrote every anti-Semitic incident in America has a happy ending, and people came out against me. How could you dare say something like that? Let's go back to Pittsburgh in 2018. After that massacre, Donald Trump, people said to him, "It's not us." One person stood up and murdered people, killed people, Jews, and said, "This is not our America." And I have a hard time with this. I'm a historian, so I'm not so good with numbers. But the 15 to 34 age group is about a quarter of the population. When I look at the polls and I see that 80% of American citizens, not American Jews, American citizens, say that they support Israel and are against Hamas, 69% that say that Israel doesn't want to murder civilians. So how can we understand, or how can we dare talk about the young people, that generation? We need to understand that it's more nuanced. There's the phenomenon of right-wing anti-Semitism, which is tied to racism and the past and xenophobia. There is hatred and the phenomenon of left-wing anti-Semitism. And Idan Roll talked about that a bit. And that is not tied to what we're doing. It's nothing to do with what we're doing. It's not tied to Netanyahu or anything else. It's about what Israel is and not what Israel does. That we're a nation, that we have pride as a people. And ultimately, we need to learn from our enemies. We'll talk about, they have a common language, if we're talking about common languages. They burn the American flag while they burn the Israeli flag. And we need to understand that if we were just to look at this minority and address that minority that hate us, I know that we like being so negative as Jews, but if we do that, we won't succeed. But if we count on the center, I heard about Squad, but what about Richie Torres or John Fetterman? Why didn't we hear about, or when we talked about Rachel and John, when they appeared at the convention in Chicago, and I know that they were told it could be, there may be counter-protests, and what did we hear from them? Bring them home, bring them home. And what did we hear in Milwaukee? Bring them home, bring them home. And what is the competition between Harris and Trump? She's saying, I'm more pro-Israel, and Trump is saying, no, I'm more pro-Israel. So, and I'm not belittling the trauma of the students. I was at McGill University for 20 years as an activist, and I've never experienced what they experienced at Columbia and Harvard. We know where you live, we'll get you. Go back to Poland, go back to Germany. Destroying mezuzahs. It's horrifying, and I do not accept it. But we also need to put this into proportion. We need to put this into the proportion of American history, of American values, the minority, that where much of that minority doesn't come from the United States at all. And we need to set those guys aside and build our connection between the state of Israel and the state of the United States and the Jews, the American Jews from the center, from those who say that this is a struggle for democracy, a struggle for the West, a struggle for liberalism, and also set aside that controversy of what's worse, the anti-Semitism of the left or of the right. I don't accept hatred from either side. And the left-wingers in the American community need to oppose hatred from the left, and right-wingers need to oppose hatred coming from the right. I think that that's where, from that place, from the center, we can build something. Shira, you wanted to say a few words? You wanted to add a few things? I also wanted to respond. First of all, I totally agree, but I think that for the purposes of this discussion, because we're talking about building resilience in Israeli society, and the resilience of the Jewish people in the state of Israel, it's true that 300, 400 students making a lot of noise. Put into perspective, it's not so horrible. But this story isn't really about the students. The story, to be fair, is about the silent policy in a very sophisticated and liberal and progressive way, and I will say, and in an annoying way, because I don't think that being liberal means being critical and not having any values and being unfairly against Israel. That is not what liberalism is. Progressiveness doesn't mean hating Jews. It's not about saying that Israeli policies are things that we don't agree with, but because they're saying that they don't recognize the existence of the state of Israel. Liberalism, progressiveness doesn't mean that being Jewish is the last priority that I have in my identity. And this is a trend that's changing within the younger parts of the American Jewish community. Here I agree with Asaf that there's an age difference here. There's a major identification, and we run polls and studies that you're also involved in that say the following. Every Jew that has experienced anti-Semitism in the past 2 decades, we've seen statistics of 1 out of 4 American Jews experience anti-Semitism. First of all, anybody who's experienced anti-Semitism feels a need to contribute more money, to be more involved. And this is an important thing for us to know as Jews. The second thing is, at the same time, other polls, they say that 75% of the Jewish community see themselves as pro-Israel. However, the fact that they're pro-Israel doesn't mean that they aren't critical and that they don't allow themselves to take very, very, perhaps even extremely critical positions towards the state of Israel. These are major changes, and their influence means that in the time of a generation, there won't be Jews knocking on Israel's door, and if there's a war, that they're going to contribute $1 billion like they had in the past, because the $1 billion that didn't come from tens of thousands of Jews, and it didn't come from all of the streams that we want to get to. It came from a very small group that always gives more than others and is more committed. And I think that we, as a state, as a country, and here, because I'm more interested here in the state of Israel, we need to remind ourselves that we have two roles. We're the state of the Jewish people, and we have to define what that means, being the state of the Jewish people. And it doesn't just mean pluralism at the Western Wall. It means a lot more than that. It means responsibility for our values and our existence 200, 300 years from now. That's what I feel it means. The second thing is how, as Israeli society, which is the other role that the state of Israel has, how do we preserve the connection and the relationship with the diverse range of voices of non-Jews and Jews? And here we've gotten things wrong because we're saying that the tent is wide, so let those extremist voices be heard. Look where we're at. We've reached a disaster within Israel on the right and on the left, and also in the Jewish world. We're not so sure who's Jewish, how we're going to define them, who's part of the tent, what does pro-Israel mean? We once said that J Street is God forbid. No, now we're saying that J Street is part of the tent. And I don't want to go into political views, but I just want to talk about our scale. Today we're saying that beyond J Street, the unaffiliated, the pro-Israeli but very judgmental people of Israel. It's like the tent has become too broad to the point that we really don't have a common language, and we allow the extremist voice to be heard too much, if you ask me, within ourselves. Just 1 second. One more. Ted, so following up on what Shira said, how does American Jew contend, institutions and in general, how does the Jewry contend with this anti-Semitism? Okay, I'll talk about the universities because the new academic year has just gotten started. I'll also give you data that isn't particularly encouraging. I'm managing that 300, 400 protesters at a university isn't really an accurate number. The numbers are actually much higher. First of all, with regard to next year, I believe that in the upcoming semester, the situation will improve in many campuses as after several presidents had resigned from leading universities and after several decisions made by courts over the summer that criticized the policies taken by MIT, Harvard, and universities in California. As a result, the universities tend to enforce the rules of protests on their campuses more, that they need to be held in certain places through certain means, and we won't see the same types of things in the upcoming semester. The tough situation that Israeli and Jewish students were in last year was apparent in a study that was published in the past week, and I would like to specifically address this study, which provides more concerning data. The study was done at the Cohen Center at Brandeis University, and it was based on a poll of 400 non-Jewish students. The researchers discovered that a third of the respondents had hostile positions towards either Israelis or Jews. We're talking about a third of the respondents. 15% expressed anti-Zionist, clearly anti-Zionist worldviews, including the conception, the view that Israel should not continue to exist, and the respondents expressed the view that they don't want Zionist friends, and a further 16% expressed classic anti-Semitic views, like the Jews are in control of the country, the Jews are controlling the media, or they're only concerned about themselves. 2% also expressed anti-Semitic views, as well as anti-Zionist views. So we're talking about a third of the respondents who expressed hostile views towards either Jews or Israelis or Israel. You can look at the half-empty part of the cup, but 2/3 of the students are not ideological. Students are not committed to anti-Zionist or anti-Israel views. But the hostile third has a serious influence on the climate of the students in general, and the students on these campuses specifically. I think that Jewish students will start to conceal their identities and stop going to Hillel houses, Chabad centers, or go on birthright tours. But for American Jews, your university years are a critical time for forming their Jewish identity. This is particularly true because many Jewish students come from mixed families and had received very little Jewish education at home. If the universities become places where Jewish students conceal their Jewish identities instead of deepening it, the future to Jewish life in Israel will be very, very serious, very severe. Furthermore, I would also like to address another development from recent weeks, which occurred during the past few weeks. The American Association of University Professors is a very important national organization of university professors that are supposed to defend academic freedom, changed its policy on boycotts of academic institutions. The organization always opposed boycotts, but had recently announced that it viewed boycotts as something that's acceptable under certain conditions. Of course, the target here is Israel, and as a result, we should expect more formal and informal academic boycotts in the upcoming years. I'm stopping you here, okay? And we're going to let Asaf say the last few remarks of this panel.
Two matters. I think that the biggest group, in fact, in the United States, that is the one that dictates the tone. And there's a lot to work with, really, is the middle, is a real middle. They know nothing, absolutely nothing. They still vote and they express opinions. and they're on social networks. I can tell you that many of the people that define themselves as, I don't want a Zionist friend, they don't know what Zionism is. That's not they know exactly the way yourself and myself know. They know the history of the area, and based on that, they decided to take a side. What happened to Israeli narrative, in fact, that Zionist is one that thinks that certain group of Europeans has a right to come to the territory where there are only Arabs, where we've never been before, to expel them, to take part of it, to slaughter some of them in the name of some book. This is a historical right of them. And that's it. And those of you, those who actually buy the narrative, and the left, actually, they don't like it, obviously. It's a matter of identity. It's almost like saying, you know what, it's saying, okay, I support the weaker one without understanding what it actually means. And those who do understand what it means, majority of them do not oppose it. And in this sense, there are two very encouraging signs, a lot to do. Our side, let's put it this way, is extremely high. It's not 200 or 300, it's tremendously high. And if you monitor the discourse, pro-Israeli and anti-Israeli discourse on social networks in the United States, the numbers are staggering, really. And it grows and grows. And in the universities as well, it's not just a matter of students, really. What bothers me more is the faculty, really. Junior faculty is in absolutely high ranks. And I have a friend who is a professor, a Jewish professor at MIT, and he was already informed that this year he will be receiving an award on behalf for research. And then they called him and said that he's not Israeli, he's just Jewish. He's Jewish with a yarmulke, he's a religious one, and they said it's not the year to give you an award. He was shocked tremendously, but he wasn't surprised. This is the certain zeitgeist, really, and it's really growing. You can't say, no, it's like 200 people, no. Last word, Gil, as a response. I agree with you, Shira, really. They didn't betray me, the protesters, the liberal protesters, the faculty, the presidents. They're my brothers, really. I'm praying in the church of this university, and they betrayed me. Yeah, that's true. They did betray me, it's true. But I wanted to balance it off because it's complicated, really. What scares me, really, is the statement, the young people, the universities. There's a big difference between Harvard, Yale, and Princeton, the University of Florida, University of Texas. And we did see that this disease, and it's indeed a disease, really, it's a disease in those Ivy League universities. Again, as Jews, this is always the sacred place for us because we invested billions there. But if you will think about what is happening with the United States of America, we need to think that it's more complex than that, it's more nuanced than that. Let's go back to October 7th. No, let's go back to October 5th. We would have sit here and talk about identity and would have said, well, women, those feminists in the United States, they really get it. They understand how to be proud by their identity. Maybe we need to learn from them. Me Too, for example. Zero tolerance, gender violence. So while the Jews, the young Jews, they don't understand. They don't have the pride in the universities and what happened on October 7th. With absolutely the same stream of news from this disaster, the catastrophe, not everyone, but majority said, no, it didn't happen. No, it's their fault. Well, resistance is, this is what resistance is, and etc. That was the response. But many of the Jews, Bill Hackman, many young Jews on the campus, they say, yeah, this is happening to me. Hold on, it's not just a matter of anti-Israeli approach to anti-Zionism. This is anti-Semitism, in fact. So I think that we're at a certain period of time, there are problems, in fact, yeah, and I'm concerned and worried, and I'm writing a book about letters to those students, how to encourage them. But I think that if we will look at the darker side and will not see it as a black and white, we will fail, because in the end of the day, we don't have a choice. We must say that for many years, you can see that majority of the Americans are with us, majority of the administration are with us, and we let to count upon it. I feel that we a step away from, if we don't have 10 minutes, we would have solved it all, obviously, but we don't have another 10 minutes, so we'll have to finish here. And would like to thank Shira, Gail, Asaf, and Ted. Thank you so much. And this is it, after we examined so many different angles, and we have quite a chaos in our head. The head of the Institute, General Tamir Hyman, will help us to put it all in order. Of course, that's what I'll do. So again, I would like to start with the words of thank you, those who led this very important conference, director of the Israel in the International Arena product, Pnina Shalvit Baruch, and the head of the research field that research United States, Eldad Shavit, and this distinguished forum, and the leading team of the INSS that supported and abated and aided the organization of this conference, all the panelists and those who contributed their wisdom in order to teach us. I do feel a duty and a privilege as well to actually say a word about Israel and United States and the current war. Again, there were a few things that I would like to address that were touched upon here. United States was the most consistent in its policy towards this war from its very beginning and until today. There was almost no change. It didn't budge from the policy that relies upon principles, following principles, support of the operational efforts, preservation of the international law, and the third matter is the exit strategy. In the first field of the support of the military effort of the United States provided Israel with almost everything required in order to defeat Hamas as quickly as possible, munition and international backup as well. At a scope that when things will be written, in fact, and the details will be presented to the public, that's fantastic. Numbers that are extraordinary. They're staggering numbers, really. By scope and by quality, we got here, as the ambassador just said. This dismal delay doesn't really testify to the rule, really. And what is on tactical level, they isolated the area of operations and allowed Israel to focus upon the war with Hamas, while the United States provided the offensive and deterrence solution in other arenas of this multi-arena war, from Houthi threat up to Iraq and Iran, and the projecting the power upon Lebanon as well, which is an extraordinary step from the very first moment. This war is perceived by the whole world as the war between the bloc of countries that support world based on laws against of countries or region of the attempts of undermining the law. And since United States and Israel on the same side of the world that is established upon laws, I think we were required, and I would say that majority of us received with love this requirement of abiding the international law. Therefore, the requirement to provide humanitarian aid and prevent starvation and famine and control after the state of affairs of the population, clarification of mistakes that emerge as a result of war. You always make mistakes. It's part of life. Mistakes are made during wartime, but those things were received with understanding among the people of military professions and among the public, and among the more populistic narrative, it's considered to be something contradictory. There's nothing contradictory about that. It's the same tendency, same line. Obviously, complete support of Israel with all the values and preservation of the international values is imperative. The third matter is the exit strategy. The United States came to this war as a gradient of all possible failures in the Middle East. They knew that at a certain stage after the military defeat, what is required is to create a new political, civilian authority that will allow you continuation of this campaign within continuous methods for the long time. And it's been actually expected, to my opinion, professional opinion. The IDF is done with military overpowering of Hamas. There are two parameters, the lack of intent and lack of ability of the military organization that is facing you to impact the occurrence. Hamas has no ability today or no intention to fight. Actually, what they do is focusing on survival, of escaping, and guerrilla and terrorism. So this stage of actually defeat while trying to eradicate guerrilla took United States a few years. It didn't finish it, and will take us also a few years. But the war dwindled down. And according to this particular stage, we need to have an exit strategy with a civilian address that will allow you to pass from dwindling war to continuous fight, and we didn't do that. And I think that today, as for today, many in Israel understanding the perils of lack of such a strategy, and we should have done it better in the beginning to clarify that, to arrive to a more exact vision. There's a lot of criticism upon that. Obviously, we all are aware of that. It's continuous standing that the United States displayed during this whole war. Towards the end, I would like to say that in the INSS here, we see the preservation of special relations with the United States as the groundbreaking foundation of national security of the State of Israel in the long term. In the light of everything we heard here, there is a risk, there is certain danger to those long-term relationships because of social, political tendencies, changes in Judaism, and etc. It's complicated, but our central problem, in fact, is the fact that there is a gap between diagnosis and the recommended policy that needs to solve the problem. There was a stage when we had to persuade that there is a problem. Now we all know there is a problem in the long term. So what do we do? How will you fix it? How will you fix it? And it's very complicated. And here we're still thinking, in the midst of it, we are certain of two things. We need to research and study that to understand, internalize, because half of the problems that have no solutions is understanding the problem. And the second matter, and we try to do that the best we can. And the second matter is not to make mistakes, not to make mistakes, ridiculous mistakes that have absolutely no value in reality besides just making the problem more severe. And sometimes we actually find ourselves or see various expressions that are completely irresponsible and actions that have absolutely no purpose besides, I don't know, maybe providing a populistic, immediate response to reality, and it is a strategic damage. We also see, obviously, the duty for the sake of national security of Israel to shed light upon it and to present it. What else can we do? And we are together researching that and thinking about that. The last word of optimism. 3 days ago, I heard someone who said an optimistic thing about relationship between Israel and the United States. And I think that will be my last word here. And someone said, and it's true, I think, that if they burn the flag of Israel and the flag of the United States at the same time, we are doing really well. We're stable, and the relationship, the special relationship will remain and last. Well, I don't want to hope that we'll continue to burn our banners, but when they burn the flags and there are evidence of that, probably that's a very solid foundation that is stronger and will here for a long run. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you for your attention.